good time zone. And a happy birthday to all of those around the world. We're back with the final day. Finishing off Unrealized Realities. Might be quick, well, we'll see. Wha-bam. Point of order today will happen live because I got caught up trying to finish Stronghold Protocol, but I didn't get a chance to do what I wanted to do for the characters.
Doctor, there's new movement on the tides. We need to talk.
But I did want to E1 Dorothy and Janine. So that they're a little bit more competent.
As a matter of fact, I was worried about not spending enough time on the Rhodes Island landship. Maybe I should apply to Kirsten for another long-term cooperation project.
I'm glad even the game says Kristen's name differently every time. Kirsten? That's not the right place for the R. But I won't complain. I call her Christian sometimes. Even though that's not actually her name. I mean, it is technically her name. Like, it's the same name. It's just a different spelling and pronunciation of the same name. They're all the same name, though.
Are these simulations, or... Rhodes Island feels different from how I imagined. But I understand.
So she can bind people now. Okay. And then Janine.
Still the same metals as before. So pretty.
Whom will be very I don't know if Dorothy's actually handy for this event. I haven't actually really tried to use the traps at all. I don't know if traps work on flying things anyway. But although the levitation, like, technically blocks flying, so I don't know. I don't know how it works, but slowing is useful for
There's
this one.
still room for improvement. Looks like I will have plenty to do once I get back.
That's attack targets the furthest enemy from the objective point within attack range, dealing damage, extends the slow duration, and links up to 2 enemies around the target and pulls them towards the location. And inflicting slow on enemy +1 ASP. Linger still can't hit them? Then she's probably useless. And then I was gonna do Skybox as well, because why not? I don't know if I actually have a sniper stuff for him though. I do actually. Wow.
I got some body cam footage from the gangs we busted back in my frontier days. Want it?
At least they didn't turn the camera footage off.
This is a real deal promotion medal and not my consolation prize for playing Patsy, right? Hey, then this is my first one ever. You want to pop the champagne?
Oh, big attack range. Attack range expands. If manually activated, fires randomly. Alright.
I got some body cam footage from the gangs we busted back in my frontier days.
I need to do a skill actually.
Want it?
Alright. Last time on Unrealized Realities, Oakley and, well, the real Oakley and Fern were put in jail after being captured by Gordon. But then they were released to make a deal with him that he would let them go as long as they help him smuggle out all his contraband from Propeller Paradise. Without much choice, they agree. And are told to, they all decide to go utilize the tunnels underneath the Rhine Lab facility, as that has a direct route outside Propeller Paradise that isn't being watched by Gordon's own his own cops technically, but those cops can't be necessarily trusted, and also anyone else from the federal government or something. So they all start doing that while Mercia is sent to distract Nasty while they're doing that. Mercia does not distract Nasty, but she doesn't really need to. Because while Gordon, Fern, and the real Oakley are crawling through the tunnels, a water clone shows up in the visage, in the facade of Nasty. Because Mulesys has secretly been here the whole time. Because secretly underneath the tunnels, underneath the Rhine facility, is another facility where they've been doing their real research. Which turns out to be a giant flying botanical unit. Haven't really determined what exactly it's for, but it activates and lifts up off the ground, flying into the air, which causes Maylander to activate emergency scenario for the Propeller Paradise, take over Propeller Paradise, and investigate as to what is going on there. Everyone's put in prison or jail. Nasty decides that she will take the fall for things. It's kind of a sham. But she doesn't want the researchers and testers and everyone to get in trouble, like Sky Yeager. Which the researchers and testers and everyone were trying to protest the investigation and everything. Didn't say they need 2 keys to activate the tree? Maybe. I don't know actually if we know who activated it. Because Nasty, while this was happening, was finding pieces of her bone pin that I believe Mercia had left around, and was about to run into her adopted mother, Vala, but then the tree lifted up in the air, and so that distracted her. But it might have just been automatic, because what was supposed to happen was that the plants in the facility were supposed to die, and I was supposed to, like, at a specific time they were supposed to die, but that happened early, out of schedule, because Fern stole the bone pin. So it might have just been like an automatic thing. Of course, Mercia is revealed to be a Maylander spy, to no one's surprise. She has the powers to erase people's memories. And she's kind of gotten a personal vested interest in Vala. And is trying to help that. Let's help her out. Tin Man has shown up. To oversee everything. And Gordon, well, so Gustav hired on some scientific consultant who's just like random guy whom was maybe going to take Gordon's position, but then Gustav gave Gordon a speech, but the speech actually wasn't like, it was actually him resigning and taking the blame for everything. I think that was like the last thing that happened. Was him realizing that he was about to be screwed over. I think that's it. I think that's everything that happened, pretty much. We saw some more backstory stuff for Nosti and everything, but that's pretty much it. Tarmac. There is only one destination. It is the rule.
Long time no see, everybody. Time to work together again.
We'll see if these traps work, but they probably
What
don't.
sights will the doctor show us this time?
And now we'll add in Sky Gordon. Sky Gordon? I fused his name together. Skybox, aka Gordon.
You guys on the transport crew for my little fellas? Then I'll bring a few extra crates.
Platform 3, secondary patrol complete. Target pod in position. No suspicious individuals detected. There is no one else left on this little platform but us. What's the sitch on your end? The 4 pod engines have undergone breakpoint testing and the park's about to enter the inner city net's range. Remember the official line to the public, the gathering is only temporary, and they can all return to their respective exhibit areas once the broadcast intro segment is done. Oh yeah, I just remembered an important thing. Fern is, and I guess also Real Oakley, are now back to being tour guides because they need tour guides. And they're like, Fern, if you do this, we won't like arrest you for identity theft. Remember the official line to the public, the gathering is only temporary and they can all return to their expected exhibit areas once the broadcast intro segment is done. Understood. You sure everyone's gone on your end? The Tin Man stressed we had to make sure all park personnel are safely evacuated before we send the operational signal. The main road was sealed off an hour ago. The support platform's emergency jump pads are all shut, and the cable car routes are all diverted to only go in one direction last night, so no one's been able to get in. Better play it safe. Ropeways station needs backup. That Ryan research assistant is blocking the access hub with a group of testers, and it's hard to get around them. Go back them up. It's crucial we time this right. Every preparatory step has to be complete before the broadcast begins. What was that? Look, over there. A soda bottle cap. Probably rolled off the table from the floating pod shaking. It's probably nothing. Let's go. Oh, Mr. Aspen. Phew, Mr. Aspen. What on earth is your obsession with that balloon? The couch is small enough without you hanging on to that. I almost got squished flat. Sorry, Miss Bond, but I begged you to take me here just for this balloon. You have no idea how much effort it took slipping right from under their noses and then getting you here. Really sorry about that. Could you hand me the toolbox from the closet? The evacuation announcement came so suddenly I didn't have the time to make sure the floating pods would be alright during the stream. You want Lucky Sister Beast on display at the expo that badly? Ignoring a public hearing, signing a temp contract with a tour guide with multiple charges under her belt, and helping her escape park security just so you can have her bring you back to a sealed-off levitation layer. You guys, All nuts for the sky. I'm drowning in debt here. The only way to clear it is to have the lucky sister beast at the show and draw in investors. Yeah, the sky will answer every future seeker and all that jazz. Propeller Paradise slogan is plastered all over the place, trash can lids in the slums included. Even if it's blind faith, I'm not going to give up now after coming this far. Yeah, nothing wrong with the components. They'll last till the show ends. Let's go. Why is the door locked? Wait, did you hear that? I did. Don't tell me something's really up with my product. No, I don't mean the exhibit. From under our feet. Why isn't the line moving? Drag this out any longer and the broadcast is gonna start. Calm down, calm down. Mainlander guys are on their way to handle it. They've got someone surrounded. Seems like a Ryan Lab researcher, judging by the uniform. Let me through. The tree's hard drive and motherboard haven't been removed yet. Don't push your luck. Allowing the Rhine tree at the expo has been our biggest concession to Rhine Lab, and we've even been so generous as to let you copy the data for future research. What more do you want? I just need 5 minutes. I promise I won't pull any tickets or tricks either. Hasn't the ATAO science consultant issued a report on the tree? It's completely harmless. No, all levitation layer personnel are to return to the ground to ensure the exhibits are finalized and only return after the opening speech. Besides, the uplink cable cars aren't operating now, so there's no way you can reach the Rhine tree. It's at the highest point in the park. I didn't realize how much effort Director Lunaray put into this experiment until I saw the core code. And now I remember how she never abandoned her dreams for the sky. Even if it only saved a little backtracking time later, I want to help her somehow. You have to let me through. Mr. Yeager, one more move and we'll have to resort to more special methods. Wait, the tree looks strange. You used the same excuse 10 minutes ago. No, really, look. Look for yourselves. The expo is about to open. With the Colombian sun shining brightly, the crowd follows Sky's finger and spots a dazzling tree. The branches, wrapped in special material, should have been completely still like tiny insects trapped in resin. However, right here and now under the sunlight, the broken branches seem to glow green. Organic materials don't photosynthesize. The park handbook states clearly it's common for exhibits to transform in high altitude environments. Rhine stuff doesn't do that. And it doesn't give you an excuse to go back up there. Going up there won't solve the problem. I have no idea what exactly is going on. But I know who does. He just left that easily. Levitation layer, 11 main platforms, and 20 support platforms have been inspected. Jammers and backup detonators have been installed in 9 smaller levitation pods, which will crash one by one when activated. Personnel evacuation is complete. Scouts have done multiple calculations of the fallout curve based on current wind direction and force, and have confirmed falling debris will not reach the square serving as the evacuation spot. Yeah, so what? They're blowing up Propeller Paradise now? Why? All areas progressing well. Gustav sends word from the Cloud Restaurant's cockpit that Propeller Paradise will be within DC intercity net range in 5 minutes. Your order, sir? Anyone seen those two newbies from Bravo? The ones responsible for the Banshee? Positioning shows they're still on platform 3. That's not in the planet's operation range. Should we send someone to check it out? Seems like their mission's been taken over. Platform 3 is far from the detonation target, so don't worry about that. I'll handle it later. All teams, sync chronos. Phase 2 begins now. The jail cell windows crops the sky into a tiny square. The ordinary yet mysterious tree centerpiece of Nasti's research, and Rhinelab's core project is now hidden from her view by strangely clothed figures and floating balloons. In a few minutes, the expo broadcast will begin, without Nasti's involvement. Her bone pin and mechanical devices were seized earlier, so all she needs to do now is play the role of a helpless sinner. And if Mulesy were here, she'd probably summon 8 water clones to scold her for being silly, but Nasti does not regret her decision, though there is one woman on her mind. Vala, leaving the convoys, had always left her uneasy. If the chances came. Who's that? Director Lunare, you have to follow me to the tree platform. You're supposed to be keeping the device data and core code safe. What are you doing here? But the tree is growing now. Growing? That's impossible. So that's not supposed to happen. If it affects the levitation module, it'll definitely be dangerous to anyone on the ground. The levitation module runs independently, with a backup power supply that can last for 5 days. If the abnormality you mentioned, but the abnormality you mentioned, the only way to find out why it's happening is to go inside the tree. Come with me, Director. The security cams have been rigged with a delayed feed that should buy us at least 20 minutes. But I'm not sure why. But the cell's smart locks are unlocked, so now's... That's because the chief executive of Propeller Paradise opened them for you. Gordon? What's all that on you? A DIY high-altitude face shield, modified propellers, and second-hand insulated spacesuit. Did you loot them from the park's scrap and recycle plant? Your distorted testimony at the hearing is still up on the park's bulletin board, but now you're helping us escape. Don't tell me you had a sudden attack of conscience. Nasty! I got your bone pen and devices here. Sorry about the hearing. I'd rather stand in the defendant's dock with you than recite that prepared speech. After all, the confiscated devices were my goods anyway, so I'll take the blame for that. Who are you and what have you done with Gordon Tannen? What happened? My dear citizens of DC and those watching this live broadcast, it is my honor to introduce Propeller Paradise, an experimental park that is sure to leave its mark on Colombian history. We don't have much time. Nasty, you've done deals with Gustav. I'm sure you won't doubt the intel I'm about to hand over. Your old boss is planning something with Maylander, correct? You're even sharper than I thought. Seeing the park's chief executive here when he's supposed to be making a speech in half an hour is proof enough. Friends, look out your windows, up at the sky. No amount of marketing bluster can compare to what you'll see with your own eyes, where the future among the clouds is waiting for you. They want to can the expo with an accident that'll kill the future Propeller Paradise. Though I have no idea exactly what their plan is. If mainlanders involved, they'll move fast. What was that? God, am I seeing this? Something's falling from the levitation layer. Is that the lucky Sistabeast floating pod? No. No, there's more. 3, 4. Is this part of the opening ceremony? They didn't mention this in the script. If they really come crashing down. Wait, the pod stopped falling as if something's gripping them firmly. Huh? What was that? Oh. Oh! It seems the tech companies have prepared a surprise that even got me. We have just witnessed Propeller Paradise's breakthrough in field of levitation with no need for papers or data, and this is only just the beginning. No way. There's no emergency stop module. Even in ongoing projects, that could have done... There's no emergency stop module, even in ongoing projects, that could have done that. Sky, your field measurements are more precise. Where are the falling pods supposed to land? From visual estimates, they would have probably crashed into Platform 2, blocking the connecting lower layer tunnel. There's only one path we can take to the tree. Gordon, I accept your apology, but I have no time for your plans. That miracle was no stroke of luck. Might have something to do with you and your invention. Is that a threat? Just my intuitive judgment on all rule breaking. I don't need your help with Gustav, but I do need a bargaining chip to make sure Propeller Paradise stays afloat when everything's done and dusted. So my tree. Letting you handle something only you know how to handle is part of my plan. Got it. Rhine Lab staff will cooperate with you. However, whatever it is you're planning to do, go to the tree at the first sign of danger, and I'll come get you. Everything ready, 5-4. Preparations complete. Let's go. I have an opening speech to make. Vice President Jackson did have a scene with him talking about balloons being used as weapons or perceived to be used as weapons. So maybe
They made me the captain, so
they're blowing up Propeller Paradise so as to not invoke security concerns with other countries.
all units, watch for my signal.
Stand a little further in, Doc. See your hood from here. No more hollering! What if I spell my data wrong? It's called courtesy.
I'll do my best.
Don't touch
Ow.
me! You gonna fix my hazmat suit too? It's called sense.
Oh no.
With all of you behind me, I won't take a single step back. Roger, Wilco. Be advised. Target eliminated.
Arch unit charging.
Let's see if the drones
Brain data
work.
collection complete.
Or the traps. Nope.
Initiating environmental scan.
Now we know.
the world burn! Keep screaming! Get in the line of death!
Be advised. Target eliminated.
I convey my starlight to the darkness.
Initiation loading complete.
Vermin. Drink all you want. Nobody cares.
Ready for tape turbulence incoming. In position. Don't come any closer.
Stand a little further in, Doc.
Orden's actually
See
pretty
your hood.
expensive.
No more hollering! What if I spell my data wrong? It's called courtesy.
Propulsion economy. Stay in formation.
Get up! How do I test fire if you're lying down? It's called responsibility.
Keep forgetting that Saria's skill isn't on the auto heal. So she's actually not helping us at all.
Get up! How do I test fire if you're lying down? It's called responsibility.
A fatal error occurred during the operation. Reboot the system to proceed.
What are those trees weak to? Defense, I guess. In the era of sky fever, everything must fly, even trees. But once planted its roots in the soil, now flies away to every corner of Terra. Flying toaster, a crisp beep, then fresh toast falls directly onto your plate. Restaurants that use it typically require customers to take off their hats, not for good manners, but because it often mistakes hats for plates. Sky Strider Porta Potty, what is the most important feature for a facility that can avoid traffic and reach the client in time, regardless of road conditions? The Volvort Koninsky Flying Restroom, which ceased production after just 2 weeks, was definitely not the answer. Perhaps the price of 500 certs per call was too much. Yeah, so Dorothy's useless, so we'll just get rid of her. Bring back, Logos.
Questions are destined to be answered. Rules bound to be analyzed.
Hey! They made me the captain, so I'm the one calling the shots here.
All units, watch for my signal. With all of you behind me, I won't take a single step back.
unit charging.
In position. I will stop you.
Hellfire. Locked and loaded.
I convey my starlight to the darkness. Same tactics as before? I will stop you. I will stop you.
Ouch.
Roger will be advised. Target eliminated. Concentrate.
Keep screaming!
Turbulence incoming.
Keep it simple. Doesn't matter where you put me, I'm still headed for the...
I'll heal you.
No more hollering! What if I fill my data wrong? Oh,
Drawing the bead on the target. Propulsion unit removed. Stay in formation.
quit playing dead! One more round, new weapon. It's
Uh-oh.
called a control.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Thus I speak.
No more hollering! What if I fill
Alright.
my data wrong?
We gotta crash those guys sooner.
Doctor, an apology doesn't even begin to cut it. I'll try to make up for this failure on subsequent operations.
I'll be finding a backup route for our operation. How about you take another way, good sir?
What can I do about that?
5x5.
With all of you behind me, I won't take a single step back.
Ready for takeoff.
On me, stay in formation.
Target marked.
In position, drawing a bead on the target.
For them, the bell tolls.
No, that toast is gonna kill him.
Stay calm.
Thus I speak.
I'll heal you.
For them, the bell tolls. Waiting for your call. Period. The reversal of finality.
This should work. Especially if his skill gets up, which I think it should. So then he should be able to kill the other 2 trees, and then the porta potty doesn't matter too much at that point.
I hear the veil, the curtain of destiny.
Wow.
In position.
That's so powerful.
Roger will be advised. Target eliminated.
Keep it simple. Doesn't matter where you put me, I'm still quit playing dead. One more round, new weapon. It's called a...
Requesting permission to fire.
Mission accomplished.
What's going on? The jammer and our backup detonators aren't working. The transmitted signals show the devices are all activated, but 9 target pods' core engines have stopped. Somehow the received signals are all messed up. Even pods without transmitters attached are sending signals. Get a team to investigate this. Have them remove all traces of our work from the earlier and retrieve the transmitters. Captain, that's equivalent to calling the operation a failure. You forgot how we do things in Mainlander? If reality happens to significantly deviate from our plan, seize all action immediately. We're not some rankwood espionage flick heroes trying to be tough. Seems like something is biased against blockbuster. Someone is biased against blockbuster hits. We don't get reshoots. It's not as if we have no other choice. Don't send anyone to the pods. It's probably the Banshee's incantation that's keeping those toys from falling straight down. But Nasty should be in jail right now, right? She's not the Banshee I'm referring to. The incantation has fundamentally changed how the levitation layer facilities are connected. The malfunctioning receiver proves this. You're telling me the Banshee's incantation is able to connect to the levitation layer's power supply structure, signals and synchronized commands? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Nasty designed the entire park's conduits and systems herself. After all, she didn't become one of Rhine Lab 10 solely on her engineering talent. Though if we utilize the upper level's power grid and detonate just one engine, that will cause the entire layer to fall. The entire layer? So you mean... The park will connect with DC in 25 minutes. We'll have to present a reverse firework display. We'll have to present a reverse firework display to Repeller Paradise. Change of plans. Those on the upper layer mobilization personnel and connect the support platforms surrounding the levitation layer to the common power grid. Those on the lower layer collect or calculate the crash zone and prepare for evacuation measures at any moment. I will let Gustav know of this and have the admin staff coordinate with us to delay the opening speech. Also, send a group to the jail to confirm Nasti's position and deploy at least 3 elite squads to the elevator square and any ascendable routes. It's only a matter of time before she returns to the levitation layer. Are you not going to join? Oh, I have to go supervise an agent of mine. Mainlander has quite the troublesome evaluation systems after all. I'll join the rest of you once I'm done. Alright teams, move out. A giant broadcast screen hangs in the Cloud restaurant, incessantly switching between gaudy company logos and the newest levitation devices, while Oakley's agitated voice booms from the speakers. Why is he agitated? The lower left of the screen is a real-time feed from the control room. A smaller red dot representing Propeller Paradise flashes, heading for Max DC. Two camera stands on a cloud-like carpet, pointing at a lone chair like a defendant's dock awaiting Gordon Tannen's attendance. You're late. Why did you come dressed like that? There's no need to prepare a new outfit. We only have 20 minutes until your speech. The tie on my ATAO uniform was too tight. Yeah, I remember 6 years back, when you just got on that set of clothes after your promotion to a full-time role. I personally adjusted it for you. So giddy from joy you were. You told me I had a lot to learn to be worthy of that uniform, and then I stayed in the same entry-level role for the next 6 years. No newbie's first skill is writing self-reflection letters. It's not that I've never regretted helping you into that uniform. And what about now? This outfit, the blame for causing the accident, who put them on me? Oh, so you've figured it out. You seized 2 crates of my goods the night I was exposed. I thought you were helping me dispose of them, but I found out they ended up in the hands of you and Mainlander. I bet this apology speech wasn't written that night either, was it, sir? Go on. Importing Orangian devices into Colombia clearly violates ATAO regulations, and if security is compromised, I'll be the sin eater for the whole park. So you think this is a personal grudge? Am I wrong? I've always been a slum boy to you, a bad little rule breaker. As far as I climbed through the ranks on my own effort, you only came to hate me more. Your own effort. You honestly think a useless bum with disciplinary records and hundreds of self-reflection letters on file could manage to transfer to the highly coveted levitating experimental park on his own? Or what? You disappoint me, honestly. Even now, you still have only a superficial understanding of our current situation. Your titles, investments, achievements, and results from the very moment you stepped onto Propeller Paradise were all gifts from me to you. Gordon Tannen, have you ever wondered how you managed to procure foreign Originium products so easily? You knew about my dealings from the start. Even your stock lists were meticulously picked by my hand. The Trident Arts unit from Latanya, our secret equipment used by Gestatswacha for military training. Power shields used by Kashmir's campaign knights were disassembled into 3 parts, and you put them into the exhibits of 3 different companies. And the Originium engines and art core sourced from foreign military equipment. If the park blows up because of them. You aren't the brightest bulb on the chandelier, but you have a good eye. Propeller Paradise is indeed a giant testing ground, but it's not testing those toys in the sky. Give it about 10 more minutes, and the sky fever you helped ignite will burn into Colombian flames of fury for foreign spies. The countless exhibits in the sky with their core technologies inside them, they are all military reserves for countering our foreign foes. Naturally, Propeller Paradise will become a base for arms testing. The military? I thought you would have considered ATAO's interest at least. We'll always be of one mind when we stand for Colombia. What matters is our countrymen. So, this apology speech is your stepping stone to a new role. I might even be able to pull some strings and get you a new role at the Department of Defense. Why all the honesty? Not worried I'll sabotage the speech. The fact that you've shown up here with the speech in hand means you've already made the wise choice. To be honest, I wasn't sure you would make a qualified piece on the board. But now, that little monster beside you has answered that question for me. Same as the rich love their cigars and watches, simply enjoying the sense of superiority with their little hobbies. 5-4 isn't a toy made to cater to Sky Fever. Sure. We are no longer the reckless young man only concerned with invention and modification. ATAO sanded down your edges, educated you in the ways of the land, made you think to operate within the rules you set yourself. It made you like me. Go. Get your little monster ready too. Let's have it join your public apology. It's a fitting symbol for what Propeller Paradise represents. Gimmicky, kitschy, useless. An absolute waste. The altitude readings are stable, and the pod shows no sign of falling any further, while the engines aren't making any stranger sounds. Yeah, we should be safe now, right? 50 meters? Lucky Sister Beast's pod fell 50 meters. Oh, what's that, Aspen? 6 months ago, I was at the crowded registration center going through the paperwork. I was first in line and chose the most conspicuous levitation pod for my Lucky Sister Beast. The closer you are to the star pod, the more luck you get. That's what everyone in the park thinks, even if your pod is only a few inches higher than your neighbor's. I lined up overnight just to get a spot closer to the sky. I hired over 100 testers to secure an exhibit spot, and got smuggling contraband just to keep my Lucky Sister Beast running. Miss Bond, I can tell you're no fan of the competition, but this is the basic law of Propeller Paradise. I'm sure you've seen it yourself on your tours. I get a list of companies and corporate data update daily, and there are people who just complain about their terrible lives only to head right back to their misery. You only got here a month ago. To you, this is a place you just happened to visit. To us, it's our only path to the future, and only a few will survive. Maybe you think I'm just a desperate sick man talking out of his ass. When the levitation platforms rise alongside the thousands of pods, we just feel the excitement coursing through our veins for no reason, don't we? I poured everything I had into the Lucky Sister Beast, and that's why I have to win this gamble. I knew it. Even though the incantation can link multiple platforms and pods to the power lines, its range is still limited when calculated outward from the tree. Barian, send a signal to Sky's team. Tell them we found the pattern of the power connections. Barian? Ugh. The scientific mind is truly brilliant, don't you agree? Thanks for helping us locate our mission objective. Inform our engineering experts to stop their research. Centering on the platform beneath my feet, have the personnel stationed at the perimeter immediately cut all backup power and attempt to connect the supply lines through alternative methods. Also, it is highly probable that the Rhine labbers have discovered our plan. 2 researchers were found on platform 4, but have been dealt with. All patrols, speed up. Report anyone you see ASAP. Your colleagues in the broadcasting studio will buy us time by switching the camera feeds. Act fast. Yeah. Those agents are effing persistent. Can those mainlander guys fly or something? How are they everywhere? Good thing we lured them away, and there's no one here. No. Five testers and 2 Rhine labbers found on support platform 17. They have all been dealt with and will be sent to detention on the lower level 5 minutes from now. Operation is going smoothly. They lack numbers and are scattered like headless houseflies. Well, everyone excels in their own fields and they lack communication equipment or anyone to direct them. What about Nasty? She escaped from the lower level cells 10 minutes ago, but no contact has been made or has been noted between her and any of her staff. She knows the park structure. We're at a disadvantage with such a tight time window, but hide and seek is not a single player game. We'll continue our patrols. A smattering of testers and researchers will not significantly affect our operation. Stay wary and report back promptly. Wasn't there one more person here just now? Phew, he didn't notice me. Thanks for pulling me back, Mr. Jaeger. You're welcome. You good? Truth be told, seeing the others knocked down so easily still has my knees feeling like spaghetti. Can you run? I can. Let's split up here then. No time to slow down. I'm here, sir. Wipes pipe. Let me have a smoke first, Mary. You can look at those screens while I'm at it. Marcia fixes her gaze at the dozen or so monitors on the wall and sees the high-altitude elevator, the floating platforms, the ropeway station. Almost every inch of Propeller Paradise is displayed on the screens. The bright and bizarre structures in the sky seem to pop out from the screens, a strange sight in the dark room, as if Mercia was attending a postmodern art exhibition instead. This place. What of it? Nothing. I just didn't think Propeller Paradise would have such a sealed off space. Reminds you of your interrogation room. So, may I know why you're looking for me? Look up at the upper right monitor. You heard the explosion earlier, didn't you? The nearly 10 floating pods connected to that Rhine Lab tree should have been smoking heaps of scrap metal in the waste by now. Mary, I'm sure you know what sort of force keeps them in the air still. An incantation. I kept this secret from you, sir. Our colleagues at the Emergency Management Council have only just captured the dangerous criminals responsible for the explosion, and now they have to clean up the mess caused by their own people's negligence. You've seen it. The Banshee's incantation has changed the way the levitation layer connects to the other platforms and pods. Any other incident happens, and it will affect more than just 9 pods. The situation is dire. Sir, I shouldn't be speaking to you like this as a secretary or a Mainlander agent, but I understand my colleagues, and I know how the council works. Just now, I was looking at the surveillance footage and they were busy munching on cotton candy. Inefficient methods of deception like that should be forbidden on such serious occasions. I've completed my mission on Propeller Paradise, both monitoring Mr. Tannen and the many tech companies, and exposing their secrets. But now I see, these missions were never to ensure the expo ran smoothly, but be it the secret from the start. The explosion just now, or the so-called other incident you mentioned, they've all been a part of your plan, yes? You're keen. You pass. So what exactly? Let's sit down before we continue. Sit down, sit down. Come on, you three. Some manners would be good. Is this a Mainlander trial for a traitor, or... Or have I finally found the time to handle a junior's troublesome evaluation process? Don't worry, I'm just an old fart who wishes to impart some wisdom to the younger generation. I'm curious what that wisdom is. Oh, Mary, I'm sure you'll hate this rotten nonsense. 1 year ago, Rhine Lab submitted a proposal to DC, a project developing tech from Galleria Stellaria, and Congressman Street was inspired to expand the project for the whole country. His secretary burned the midnight oil to prepare a slideshow, showcasing what the congressman saw in his dreams after having seen the sky over Trimounts be torn apart. Holding and biting on Mercia's hat. Foundation stones built on the clouds. Walking while twirling Mercia's bow. Rain or shine, it's all under our feet. Swinging in midair while holding on Mercia's hair. Tour groups leaving the star pod one by one as the twin moons are covered with Colombian flags. And so on and so on. Congress voted. How did that turn out? 273 to 65. More than 80% voted yay. Ha! And the government is eager to water and fertilize these fantasies. I'm sure you know better than I do just how many companies and test... Oh, that's Tin Man now. The last one was Tin Man too. I'm sure you know better than I do just how many companies and testers were scrambling to get Propeller Paradise at any cost after that, Mary. Too many to count. Nearly half the companies in Colombia have added a sky-related department, and even air fryer manufacturers have been trying to add clouds to applicable product lines. Tin Man, don't forget about the stocks. There are over 200 subcategories of sky-related concept stocks, the longest registered validity period extending 300 years into the future. Ha 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 ha. Companies willingly applied for loans with interest rates several times higher than the prevailing market rate just to secure a spot on Propeller Paradise. I remember looking through Gordon's case files and coming across a certain Aspen who bought contraband goods from him just to clear inspections. Now, it wasn't because he didn't know the law. It was because he was divorced, had sold his family's assets, and was burdened with hopeless mountain of debt. The so-called Lucky Sister Beast is a high-stakes gamble that will decide the rest of his life. What a shame. A shame. He used to run a grocery store in a town by the shipping routes near DC, and even now there might be some pioneers out there still using the tools he peddled. But here he is with his invention, that floating revolving bar where the people turn but not the beer. What else can you even do with that, other than invite your foes for a drink? Simply put, what he's done is akin to a student frantically writing compliments in the margins, hoping the teacher will give him a perfect score. Take the future as a real test. Who's going to be the examiner? You, me, the generals at the DoD, or maybe Congress? Maybe it will be Kazimierz, who just equipped all their campaign knights with power armor, or Litania, with their recent additions of a basic arts tactics course to all school curricula. Or perhaps Ursus with its growing army, their mighty force that's left their minds empty. Could it be Aegir currently shelling the Iberian coast with artillery along with the sea monsters? Probably not Ursus, though. They've got their own problems. Among these parties, I fear it is the sea monsters who are the most likely to visit a floating revolving bar. Sir, you mean to say that the Colombians' fanaticism for the sky is completely meaningless? Compared to what's happening everywhere else right now, I am afraid so. Colombia has been driven by fanaticism. I'm sure you're crystal clear on this, given your background, Mercia. Without a fanatical drive for freedom, we wouldn't have had our frontier rebels 80+ years ago, and we Colombians would still be living under the Victorians' heel. Without a lust for wealth, our mass pioneer movement would not have happened, and nearly half of Colombian land today would remain an untraversable wilderness, even for the strongest burden beasts. But this time, it's just a waste. So you think Propeller Paradise should take the blame? Why would I? It has already accomplished its mission perfectly. Well, it's one step away. It stirred up the Colombian zeal more effectively than I could have ever hoped to. Now it just needs to redirect it. through its ruin, through it being destroyed. By who? Who else in this park could? By foreigners, Mercia. Wait, Mr. Tannen's goods, smuggled from all across Terra, Kajimersh, Itania, Saragon, even Kazdal. They'll become weapons planted by foreign spies, deliberately intended to ruin Columbia's display of achievements and destroy our people's fantasies of taking to the skies. +80 years later, the Columbians' rage will be reignited once more. Kajimersians might not want to see their tax money turn into knight armor, while the Litanian children might just run away from boring basic art tactics classes. But Columbians, we have our own fervor. As we move into the future, we move forward together, tens of millions strong. Okay, population of Colombia, tens of millions? As long as we can direct this zeal onto a proper path. Collate our wills and seize the truth of everything. Sir, I remember you telling me a story. I thought you always hated war. It's been tens of thousands of years. The number of lost souls in my hand is no less than the casualties of a military campaign. The reason I didn't burn in Kazdal's furnace then is that I hate meaningless sacrifices. But this time, an arms race might just be the beginning. You and I know it won't end there, just like how the Great Expansion didn't end with the discovery of some ore. So, the sacrifices Columbia needs for this competition won't be enough with just this park, correct? I told you before, right? This is a whole bunch of rotten nonsense. The Maylander Foundation didn't have to explain all of this to you, my dear agent, but the day will come when you'll have to accept the truth, even if you don't agree with it. Don't forget your family name, Mercia. You're a Celine. Should I recognize Celine? Because I don't. I'll probably explain that more in a bit. It's neat to see this side of Tin Man, though. We see the, like... Maylander Celine is the founder? Oh. I don't remember that at all. But this side of this is the actual government agent Tin Man. And like a deep state. Mainlander, where, yeah, Congress voted for this, but they're like, nah, we don't like this, so we're just gonna blow it up. This is... The elevators connecting the park's upper and lower levels has been sealed off, and the only ropeway station leading to the tree is also out of service. Nasty has exhausted herself just by getting here. Floating pods by her side are riddled with cracks, black smoke billowing from within, a sign their core energy modules have been destroyed, and they should have all crashed to the ground. But the pods stubbornly remain amongst the clouds, piercing together a precarious path, as if an invisible pair of hands are holding them up. But I wonder if the way Tin Man sees it and is explaining it now is that the world is heading towards a flashpoint. Even with the Summit of Nations and everything, the world seems to be heading towards a flashpoint, at least in their perspective. But either that happens and we just don't know about it, or maybe the black hole protocol prevents that from happening since everyone comes together for that. And that actually kind of saves Terra from another big war. Whatever goes down in Ursus also probably the hopefully the revolution probably also shakes things up a bit. Nasty. Update the others. I'll go get her. The agent rushes towards her, but just as he takes a step forward, the bricks under his feet shift. Did you just get disintegrated? What happened? Target sighted. Location, Flying Donut Station. Requesting backup. We tried to intercept her, but something's up here. Speaks in sarcasm. Disorder. Nasty recalls the river at the mouth of the convolus of the Banshees, still and calm, where even a child could safely row a boat on their own. However, unassisted intruders find the dense forest on both sides constantly shifting positions, like a mobile labyrinth, with the distant riverbank always hidden beyond the thick mist. After a momentary silence, Nasty steps out of the pod and into the empty sky. Brick and stone immediately form a floor beneath her. Disorder. A path held together by an incantation. Convolus banshees often isolate themselves from outsiders, or decorate their own courtyards with this method. She also used the same tactic to momentarily stall Saria back in the Ring Lab. This is the path specially paved just for her. To her surprise, the whole area centered on the tree has been reconstructed from the incantation, but she fails to find the caster within the tree's core, among its roots. Only the roots of the tree are breathing, just as always. Please verify your credentials. Nasty Linoray, Director of Engineering Rhine Lab. Nasty dashes towards the roots. She must confirm if any abnormal changes have happened while she was away. This is what is left of the vivarium, and the secret Rhine Lab has been protecting at all costs. No matter how the unrest in the park ends, it is the only bargaining chip in Nasty's hand. She touches the roots, allowing data to flow into her fingertips and gather in the branches around her waist. Mulesies has always teased Nasty about being a human computer, and she always took it with as praise. In the current situation where biotechnology has fused with Banshee witchcraft, her body is perhaps the best data capable to use. The branches begin to vibrate quickly as a sign of device overclocking. Almost simultaneously, Nasty feels some sort of temperature shift, not the chill of condensation, not the heat of electricity, but body heat. She experiences a strange feeling out of nowhere. Here and now, she is no longer director of Rhine Lab's engineering section, checking if a device is still operating normally, but a banshee touching another of her kind. Just like so many years ago, when that woman held her own hand and taught her how to blow a leaf whistle, aka weef. Nasty abruptly looks up. Oh snap. What the heck happened to Vala? Panged murmurs. Elated murmurs. Nasty, my child, you're back.
Every incantation I wrote was utilized by you, with not a single word wasted. We make for an excellent team, Doctor.
What did they make with this tree, and why is Vala now like ascended? I guess we're gonna fight her, though. Roosting grounds. If Alby sharpens its beak on the branches, it tilts its head to look down at the land, and someone there seems to be looking up at it. Like that we're higher up in the sky now. I wonder if that paragraph of text down there is actually text or not.
You guys on the transport crew for my little fellas? Then I'll bring a few extra crates.
Report. All pods in the levitation layer are now connected to the detonation web. We have people on the lower levels evacuating people from the square. People are very passionate about the exhibition. Things will take some time, but it will not delay our plans. We will detonate the levitation layer as soon as Propeller Paradise docks with the district. Any movements from Rhine? We've taken 23 into custody, a dozen are still at large on the platforms. We have control of the 8 observation points. Those people are going in and out of the exhibits area and the ropeway stations. No special Rhine equipment other than standard maintenance gear. They're just playing hide and seek. No plan B. Keep an eye on them. They don't know the details of Mainlander's plan, nor do they have the means of communication. Any last gasp effort is doomed to fail. Last gasp. I've never heard that specific phrase. I've heard last ditch effort. Understood. The outline of Max DC, the most vibrant nomadic city in Columbia, is already visible from the ropeway station's waiting area. The agents have not had a chance to enjoy the view of Propeller Paradise until now. With an excellent visibility, all the elaborate facilities of the levitation layer are brimming with vitality. Pods float in mid-air like aquatic creatures. Floating botanical units line up orderly between small platforms, forming a power grid that supports the entire layer. Wait, where did you say Rhine's people were? Exhibit area and ropeway stations? Where exactly? Show me. Looking at their movements, there's no way they can reach the platform where the tree is or other companies' pods. Could it be they're not trying to take back their turf at all? But Ryan's people and the testers and the company reps, they all seem to be flying around blindly in the dark. What's the point of it all? The agents cast a casual glance at the nearest planting unit. The unremarkable Rhine creation stands quietly. He suddenly realizes that the warning lights on their edges are easily visible even during the day, and they have been blinking irregularly for quite a while now. Spotters report that all Rhine people have disappeared from sight. No, they didn't disappear. They're going in the same direction. There's a pattern to their movement. Everybody listen up. Destroy all the planting units you can see along the way. They're not decorations. Rhine is using them to communicate. Cut off the exhibit area from all the ropeway stations and find every one of those people playing hide and seek. Find out where they're heading. What on terror are they thinking? You've been looking outside the window for a while. You said you must win your gamble and you have your reason. Yes, I'm in the middle of a gamble too. I have a rough idea what's going on in Propeller Paradise. Given the look on your face and the freefall that we just experienced, you wouldn't run this kind of risk with me for no reason. But there's nothing I can offer you now except... You want the lucky sister beast. You could say that. I want the contraband that Gordon Tannen sold you. Coming to the broadcast room to bother me when you should be preparing your own speech. You sure have a thick hide, Mr. Tannen. I would have died a long time ago if all my enemies refused to work with me ever again. Work with you? I'm afraid I can't. Mainlander has a laundry list of violations I committed during my career. I don't want to spend the rest of my days giving prison tours. Neither are you looking for a peaceful life. Besides, my proposal has something to do with Mainlander. There's no better vantage point than here on Propeller Paradise. Oakley's too excited to notice, but I doubt you would miss what's going on. Well, if I gotta say, the broadcast screens on the levitation layer are switching too quickly. They say it's because they're doing testing, which I'm not convinced about. There are a dozen testers in the square room I don't recognize. They don't look like they're taking a stroll. They look like they're patrolling. Like they know that danger is impending. Are you trying to trick me into another plot? There's a plot afoot on Propeller Paradise, alright. That's a fact. There's also a fact that I won't let Gustav make a mockery of this place in front of all of Columbia. You have 10 seconds, yes or no? What are the chances of success? 10%. Doesn't sound like a gamble you take. I don't have a choice with that old fox sitting across the table holding all the cards. A plan almost certain to fail. Interesting. Tell me about it. I need you to convince as many people as possible to return to the levitation layer and retrieve the Orangenium equipment and arts units on this list. All contraband you sold. They have far more potential than just sitting under the spotlight. You want to escape and take all of Propeller Paradise with me. And then it becomes a new siesta. That'd be really cool. Gustav and Mainlander never intended to allow the exhibition to go ahead. The opening ceremony was just a smokescreen. The levitation layer will fall a second time soon, but miracles don't happen a second time. The lucky sister bees can't afford to start over. Neither can most startups on Propeller Paradise. Escape and take all of Propeller Paradise. It's the only way to save both Propeller Paradise and the people on the lower level. Propeller Paradise has been traveling on the barren lands for 7 days. Fuel is short and the plate is operating in safe mode. The basic propulsion module is not enough to change its direction. But the arts units that the Luxy Sister Beast got was a transformation stabilizer. It can't supply enough energy to turn a plate. Correct. But it wasn't the only item that Tannen smuggled. You mean get all the contraband devices and build a makeshift propulsion module to make the plate deviate from its course? Not deviate, make an about face. An about face? Have you any idea what you're saying? It's the direction of the borders. True, the procedure for cross-border travel is a little complicated. It would be treason. No, I can't go to jail. People need to see Lucky Sisterbeast on the broadcasts. My wife in Northville needs to see it. In the interest of full disclosure, I must inform you that people won't see Lucky Sisterbeast on the broadcast, whether we succeed or fail. No. I'm sorry, but I'm taking the unit. Whether you give it up voluntarily or not, we don't have time. What's the point? We can't leave the pod. Someone has unlocked it remotely. What? You see the floating botanical units outside the window. 3 flashes is a distress call. The current message is cycled after 5 continuous seconds of being lit. Right now, 3, 4, 5, 7 flashes. Looks like the other units on the list have been retrieved. Everyone is rendezvousing on platform 7. Wait. The light went out. What does that mean? It means Maylander knows what's up. We're in danger. Mr. Aspen, you can either come with me on your feet, or you can go to sleep right here, right now. People like us never get to choose, do we? Sit down. Gustav looks at the Savra, who has butted heads with him for 7 years, who now sits stiffly on a chair like a potato wrapped in tinfoil. He knows young officers as well. Or he knows young officers well. They are angry, flamboyant, unhappy about everything, and frustrated about being restricted by rules. In the end, however, they all sit in the same chair that rectifies their young spine and become a proper member of the upper stratum of Colombian society. As Gordon Tannen will. Once Maylander's plan succeeds, the broadcast room will switch over to cloud. Don't screw up. Put your usual attitude away. Sound sincere, devastated. It's the propeller paradise you built. It won't be hard to stir the appropriate emotions. Tomorrow, that sorry face of yours is gonna be on the front page of every Colombian newspaper. Look the part, won't you? And stop staring at your little freak. I know, you don't want to be Propeller Paradise's Sin Eater, sharing the same spotlight as Nasty. But your little hodgepodge trinket isn't gonna save you. So I'm sitting in Gordon Tannen's defendant seat. Yes. I can follow you to the DOD once I apologize, according to the script. Do as you're told and you'll rise quickly through the ranks. Yeah, guess what? I don't give a shit. What was that? I don't like this seat. It makes my scales itch. Broadcast countdown, Cloud Restaurant, stand by. Broadcast now. Impossible. No movement on the levitation layer. Did Maylander screw up? Who's operating the broadcast? 3, 2, 1. Do it, 5-4. Yes, sir. What? Oh, snap. Ugh. As the broadcast cuts to the Cloud Restaurant, Space Fin 054 leaps at the unprepared Gustav, pinning him to the ground. The screen in the restaurant lights up and Gustav sees his own face, writhing in pain and shock. He knows that his face is being displayed on every screen in Propeller Paradise. His contingency plans flash before his eyes, but Mainlander's plan is in its final phase, leaving little room for distractions. This communicator lies in pieces on the ground, destroyed by Space Fin 054. Gordon stretches his neck and wrists, crushes the defendant's seat with his foot, and leisurely lies down on the sofa next to it.
Oh, that felt good. By the way, tomorrow, that sorry face of yours is going to be the front page of every Columbia newspaper. Look the part, won't you?
You.
What, didn't expect to be immobilized by the little hobby made by Fuel Sky Fever? You're the elder statesman of ATAO, planning a new chapter of the Department of Defense. You made the rules of Columbia when you were young, and you continue to serve your country even after your retirement. Woohoo, first rate, ain't ya? Maybe you've grown into thinking your enemies will always use the rules to fight back in smart and clever ways. Did you forget that Gordon Tannen is a bandit who never gives a shit about the rules? A piece of trash obsessed with his toys. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You don't even recognize 5-4 even though I didn't change its voice module.
Hello, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts Units, and Oranginium at your service. To check the progress of an application, press 1. To report a safety risk, press 2. To be connected to an operator, press 0. An ATAO answering machine.
I said Space Fin 054 wasn't a rich man's cigar, and I won't be smug just because it obeys the rules I set down. 7 years ago, I sat on a tiny chair that made my ass hurt, writing my first self-reflection letter late at night, wondering if I should quit. Answering machine 054 started giving off an unusual noise, and I racked my brains trying to figure out the problem. I started studying every arts unit and Oranginium device that passed through my hands just to give 5-4 the ability to operate, communicate, and think on its own. You think the hundreds of self-reflection letters I wrote were the symbol of my submission? But 5-4 is the real culmination of my 7 years at ATAO.
That's really impressive.
You're full of crap. You didn't learn the tricks of bureaucracy for your little invention. You think I've never seen you negotiate or threaten? Arrogant, vain, ambitious? I know them when I see it. I can hear shadows of my own speeches even now as you're talking to me. I never thought I was perfect. Maybe I'll never be able to get rid of the bad habits that I learned from you. They disgust me, but they weren't mistakes. My only mistake was to define my transactions as smuggling. I shouldn't have allowed myself to accept the rules that were taken from. Rules that didn't make any sense. Foolish boy, you don't understand what's at stake. Listen, old slug. I don't care what high and mighty reasons you have. Propeller Paradise isn't supposed to be a breeding ground for war. Sure, kinetic engines and high-powered arts unit could become powerful weapons, but what they're supporting now is a dream of life in the sky. Until Propeller Paradise docks with the district, I'm its chief executive, the man who built this little piece of heaven that still has a semblance of freedom. I will decide whether it should be destroyed, or whether it should escape. Take his passcode, 5-4.
Yes, sir.
It's no use. The central control console's locked. You can't stop the plate from docking with the district, even if you have my passcode. Who said anything about stopping? What? I said escape. Not only did the former head of ATAO not disable his passcode when he retired, He used the security access it granted to disable the urban identification code system on the Colombian border. Cool, isn't it? You're gonna commit treason for this stupid, pointless children's playground? You're right. You didn't learn a single thing from me. Let me remind you that Propeller Paradise is running out of fuel. You can't operate the plate steering system. You don't have the enough energy. Even when I were pinned to the ground by the robot I built, you somehow managed to forget that I've always been an inventor. I hope they deliver the goods on time.
The sound of rotary motors has never been so clear. The skies are clear, overly pristine, self-cleaning, artificial clouds combined with natural clouds to form a wondrous scene. But the people on the platforms are oblivious to it. Some 50 Propeller Paradise guards and Mainlander agents block off every passage and cable connection, forming an impregnable cordon line with their bodies and weapons. Beneath their feet, the classic black and white tiles form a chessboard. The two sides separated by a 10-meter long open-air passage. The eyes of the agents are fixed on the support platform on either side of the passage. The Rhine staff and testers who had at one point disappeared from sight now assemble there. Platform 7, the analysis was correct. This is where the hide and seek converges. Our people are ready, but there are more of them than expected. They took out our guys in the broadcast room. The intel was not accurate. We're putting in everyone we have. Strength and numbers alone isn't enough. Be on your guard. They have an advantage when it comes to new weapons and lay of the land. Propeller Paradise is about to dock with DC. Do not let anyone pass. Use force if necessary. I'll take responsibility. Yes, sir.
Six elite squads. We have numbers, but the guys on the other side are hard to tell people to keep going when they're exhausted. Get the word out to the others, Yelena. Anyone who's too tired to move, give someone else their core components. Pick up any hover unit and stay behind the guard, or to guard the support platform. You're betting on them being wary about unknown new products? I hope it works.
Phew, made it.
Are you sure you want to go this way when it's like this?
Yes, this is the only way to Cloud. Take my parachute. Things might get dangerous.
What about you?
Me? Fern gazes at the Mainlander blockade with interest, as though she is going to meet an old rival. Camera drones left Platform 7 half an hour ago. Nothing about this is about to happen will ever be seen in the broadcast room. Everyone knows that conflict is inevitable. Neither side wants to delay. Their eyes are fixed on each other. Everyone is waiting for a sign. My tour is waiting for my signal. Suddenly, a yellow and black warning flag is raised. A young feline woman leaps out from the crowd, loudspeaker in hand. The first day I snuck onto Propeller Paradise, a kind guide told me that No one in this place can be stopped, even if the sky is no longer off limits. From the exhibits to the underground lab, I memorized every strange and curious invention and the complex ideas behind them. Hundreds of thousands of words of descriptions. I could tell you who made the flying toaster above your heads, its model and the generation. I could go on and on about how wonderful they are, but to be completely honest, I find the levitating plates less interesting than the sunset on Bleach Wasteland. Then I remembered what my father used to say to me. A story is always more interesting than an explanation. I've had many frustrating experiences in the years that I worked as an independent guide. There's nothing wrong with seeking the truth, but many people subconsciously disparage exaggeration, inspiration, and dreams yet to come. I swore I would never again label things that I've never seen for myself as impossible, and laugh at my own family with my neighbors, as I did a few years ago. It was not until the day my father died that I finally understood what he said. If Propeller Paradise needs a guide, I would rather tell the people of Columbia about the people I met here and about their stories. Rice Bush. Huh? A cobbler from Bunker Hill whose dream was to leave a footprint on each of the twin moons so that everyone who looks up with a telescope would see his shop's logo on his shoe prints. There's no bigger billboard on the sky than that, after all. Owen Fredericks, I'm here, hardware store owner who wants to put his own screw on the second ring lab and earn a spot for his family when space colonization becomes a reality. It never hurts to be prepared for the future. Aspen. I'll tell it myself. Aspen, grocer from Northville. After being tricked into taking out exploitive loans, I divorced my wife and left home so the creditors wouldn't go after my family. My wife and I came up with the name Lucky Sister Beast together. We haven't spoken to each other in 2 years. She was worried sick when I left. I promised the name Lucky Sister Beast would be on TV so that she'd know I'm safe. Now I know the exhibition was one big fat lie. But I've now here to see at least this red balloon, the Lucky Sister Beast logo on it, even if all the pods crash. Aspen and all of you, things we want, whether they're based on reality or just a pap dream, whether they're the result of blind conformity or superstition, they're much more important than Maylander and Gustav think they are. Run, jump, fly. We'll overcome everything that tries to block our path and change us without ever trying to understand us. We're the ones with a side propeller paradise path. Fern dashes forward like a foul beast, loudly blasting her signal, as the rest of the pack follows behind, charging at the Maylander blockade. Exhibits fly over the heads of the rushing and squeezing crowd, carrying all kinds of contraband towards the sky. Absurd and flying free. I did not expect... There's a little bit of a protest earlier. I did not expect this to become a full-on protest, though. Well, phew, finally out of the woods. Good work, guys. We just have to hang in there a little longer. 34 contraband core components all intact. Looks like the landing module works quite well. My work is almost done. All that's left is deliver this to Gordon. Hope all is well on his side. Next. Put it down. Turn around. Oh snap. You're Gustav's science consultant. What are you doing here? Who is this guy? I forgot about him. Outside the window, the pinnacle of the DC government office and the Colombian flags are already visible. Gordon's eyes are fixed on the bottom left of the broadcast as the red dot on the map gets closer and closer to the district plate. According to the plan, the device on the list should have been delivered to Cloud more than 10 minutes ago. He forces himself not to look at the door. Gustav is bound to notice any sign of anxiety. The plan isn't going the way you expected, is it?
You're calmer than I expected.
Being willing to take risks is not a bad thing, but you're not good enough at assessing risk. You didn't have the time to prepare plan B for your reckless plan A. All of you will pay a heavy price if it fails.
And what's your plan B?
It's all good and well to rediscover your confidence, but never forget who you're competing with. I told you that getting carried away will cause you to overlook fatal flaws.
What do you mean?
You're late. I was delayed.
You're science consultant.
More than just a science consultant, I needed insurance for my plan. The tall, dark Karanta walks towards Gordon, the box holding 34 Orangenium devices safely contained by protective material seems almost weightless in his hands. He lifts his arm and hands the box over to Gordon. What you wanted.
Thanks.
Okay. What are you doing?
I learned a lot from you, of course. I knew what your trump card was. A rival to provoke competition. A scientific consultant with both brains and brawn. A fair and impartial outsider to give legitimacy to the hearing and the plan. Too bad you picked the wrong guy.
Gramophone made from the tentacles of fossilized seaborn. Decorative or specifically functional. How is there fossilized seaborn? Hold on a second. That's not an accurate term. Unless fossilization can happen faster than I guess it depends on maybe some specifics there, but seaborn have not been around that long.
Oh, it's for...
I see. Automatic tuning with the seaborn sound-producing structures. The grooves on the edge indicate that the design never tested whether seaborn adjust their biostructure based on the music. An interesting idea. Where does this golden skeletal hand come from?
The one on the wall is from Star...
It forms a pair with the heavily corroded one on the shelf, doesn't it? The construction of the joints on the level of wear and tear indicates that it originates from the western deserts of Sargon. Ah, this ruined dagger is a familiar face.
They were supposed to be a pair. I got it from a Sami snow priest who said a pair of lovers put a curse on it with their blood. It's driven by witchcraft and cuts through iron like butter.
I know. The other one was once impaled in my heart. What? It no longer cuts through iron like butter, but it's still good enough to carve a walking stick.
Mr. Consultant, I apologize for any offense I might have caused, and I understand your desire for recompense. But I don't have time. I brought you here for a serious purpose.
If we take off part of the structure of the gramophone and combine it with the sensor module on the metal skeletal hand,
We might create a new type of voice-guided navigation model. That witchcraft-driven blade can serve as a low-loss needle, and here, this high-powered Orangenium internal combustion engine, legal only in Rimbilliton, can provide 30 times the power of a standard Columbian unit. If only we can find a Victorian transformation stabilizer, which is no longer in production, and a locus of sorcery that was once seen on the Columbian barren lands. We'd almost have all the parts necessary to put together the initial core assembly of a nomadic plate's mobility layer. You know what I'm planning to do? Trying to modify an entire plate's power source with a single device is extremely risky, but not impossible. You're not one of Gustav's guys. Who are you? You're the one who said you don't have time. The real question is, what do you need me to do? Gordon glares at the Karanta standing at the center of the collection room. The Karanta recognized all Gordon's collection, saw through all Gordon's thoughts, and nonchalantly revealed a glimpse into his own past, as though he had pursued death across the land. To Gordon, the Karanta seems to stroll through the halls of his thoughts like a king that knows nothing and everything. Once again, the spikes of the Savra's tail rise up on their end, swaying conspicuously. This time, it's not because he is on guard, but because of the excitement of victory being in sight. How's the stability of the power unit? It will last no more than 3 days, or 1 day and a half if fuel is insufficient. Good enough. You don't actually plan on driving out of Columbia. You don't think I would shit on everyone's future for a grudge? That's what you want people to think, to allow you to protect as many people as possible. Is that so? Treason is a serious crime. Ugh. You should look up my file. I've got enough charges against me as it is. Come, help me take these stuff to the control room. The wings of a fowl beast, the horn of a burden beast, the teeth of a mangler beast, the hide of a sand beast, and the blood of a beck beast. What would happen if you took some from 34 creatures and put it all together? Sharp, weird, chaotic, dangerous, malicious, these are the thoughts that flash through Gordon's mind as he gazes upon the power unit he just created. But he is also filled with excitement that threatens to drive him mad. The plate's original power system has been turned off. The device is now connected. You may now decide the course of Propeller Paradise. I swore an oath when I got my transfer notice. I would be the one who lights the fire of everything new on Propeller Paradise. I would do everything I can to make even the stupidest idea come true. No one would ever feel the pain I felt at ATAO to be forced to admit their own uselessness and rules set by others. Now I'm still the one who lights the fire, except I'm doing it to the engine of Propeller Paradise. And let it run into the empty wilderness. Gordon grabs the fierce-looking lever on the power unit and takes a deep breath. Say goodbye to Max DC, Propeller Paradise. Tin Man, that Fern is leading a group on Platform 7. I see it through the monitors. Looks like Tannen got one up on Gustav at Cloud.
Hearing from the guys monitoring the Rhine tree, Nastia has broke through the blockade. Our guys are trying to follow her, but they're being blocked by something that feels like Sarkaz witchcraft.
Vala. Send a team over and get the situation under control. I'll deal with the matters on the Rhine side. Looks like we're going to meet an old friend, Larry, Curly, and Mo. A mad banshee on the brink of death might be a bit of a headache to deal with. As for you, Mary, you can choose to stay here or help our colleagues outside. You should stay a little longer. Hey, you three.
Tin Man hears no answer from his revenant friends. Old Curly is lithely waving a stick and dancing an impromptu tap dance. Big Larry lies on top of Mercia's head with tears in his eyes, recalling memories of who knows what. As for little Mo, he is howling and yelling, and Tin Man can hear. He seems to think he's back in Kazdal, taking out a revolver and emptying it into the elder revenant, trying to stuff him into the furnace.
My legs are numb, and I'm a little dizzy. Perhaps you've been lax about your exoskeleton maintenance. This brain isn't supposed to rust. Your arts have improved considerably, huh? You managed to drag these three into the whirlpool of memory, even though old Curly only had confiscated the projector. Or was it dumb luck? Did all the memories of their overly long lives make it easier for you to manipulate? It will take a long time to play through the movies of your lives, even at 320 times the speed. Not to mention all the moments that need to be paused and replayed. I apologize. You understand that the effectiveness against me is limited. Yes, I'm sure you'll break free of the shackles quite soon. I've read that Holiak reports she could not fully incapacitate you, even after lopping off your head. Therefore, all I can do is stall for as much time as possible and delay your intervention. You're an outstanding agent, Mary. You've always been doing an admirable job, helping people forget what they should, be it through arts or other means. But this is the wrong time, and you've chosen the wrong target. You told me not to forget my family name. I've never forgotten. Any Celine who grew up in that old house would never forget. The orphanage of Maylander Celine, predecessor of the Foundation. It was our home. We truly considered Mr. Celine our grandfather when we were little. Do you know what my most vivid memory of him is? When I was 8, I came home from school one day to find the doll that should have been in my room spinning in the middle of the garden, watering the grass around it. It was the only thing that I had that reminded me of my mother. I don't remember her face, but I remember her thimbles gleaming under the lamp when she sewed the doll for me. Grandpa turned it into a sprinkler without a single word to me, as if the doll was always meant to do that. The children who grew up with me have all similar stories. You were Grandpa's best friend. You know that, to the founding father of the Federation, there are only new things in Columbia, the youngest nation on Terra, rising out of the frontiers. The only reason for old things to stay is to be used for pioneering.
It didn't matter if we were Victorian immigrants or Gaulish refugees, whether we were children of debtors or criminals. Grandpa wanted us to become the children of Columbia, become Salines. That was the only reason for our existence. However, that's exactly why I can't accept what's happening right now and take it for granted.
What do you mean?
I can't begin to imagine what you experienced in a long course of history. The Mainlander Foundation, the President, the Vice President, they all have more things to think about. I've seen the analyses on Kazimierzian power armor. They reverse engineered the technology of the Gaulish Vanguard, achieving results that surpass the transmitter using the flesh and blood of knights. Oh. I've read the textbooks of Litanian basic arts tactic courses. It will not be a surprise if in a decade every citizen of Litania is a soldier, as is the case for Laterano. I can understand why Maylander thinks Columbia is falling behind, and how a timely arms race could bring us back on the right track. So the Kazimierz has better power armor than the Rhine power armor now? Judging by the standards that Grandpa taught me so many times, there is nothing more efficient from the perspective of national development. It's not that I don't understand these fallacies. Indeed, if I was asked to deal with these problems, I would draw a blank, and I would be able to do little else but cry. But I just can't take it for granted, not now. If orphans like us, who had nowhere to go, could all become children of Columbia, then why should a mother who walked 1,000 miles in search of her daughter, a merchant who put everything on the line so that his wife would not be hounded by creditors, and testers who are simply trying to earn a living, why should they be sacrificed for the sake of Columbia's progress? My job is to make people forget, but this time you decided to pay a price for Columbia's progress. You shouldn't be allowed to forget. You should remember the lives and dreams that were part of the sacrifice. Don't think of it as no big deal. No, we've definitely not seen it. Nasty gazes at the indistinct figure within the winding branches, the figure of her mother. Vala's limbs have been replaced by gray-white branches, the bark climbing up her clothes and skin like scales, printing countless indistinct visages. Glowing risen pours down like a waterfall, obscuring her face, many desperate hands reaching out from within, clutching her throat like clutching at straws. Yeah, there are hands there. She has those faces on her thighs. Both the tree and the person within seem almost unrecognizable. There is only one thing that Nasty can be sure of. This was not a natural occurrence. You merged with the tree. Falling. I see your road back falling. Collapsing. You must make sure you can go home. My incantation could not reach the broken path, but the roots of this roosting tree will. I harmed it. In sarcasm. Unravel. Nasty's incantation goes unanswered. The tree's design was based on the grammar of the Banshees, It remains flawed in many ways, but it has never before rejected my incantation. Yet now, the branches continue to spread around Vala, dragging her floating silhouette towards Nasty bit by bit. Please, Vala, stop. Let me analyze what's happening to you. Nasty's plea goes unanswered, too. All Vala does is ask questions in an urgent, trembling voice. There's no mistapple pulp outside the valley. How do you polish your feather horns, Nasty? I never taught you incantations, but it looks like you've learned it on your own. A kind of imitation. How did you? And your bone pin, your... That's not important, Vala. What I need to know is what happened to you here. Not important. Vala is suddenly silent, and the creeping branches come to a standstill. An instant later, they start to spread in the opposite direction, encroaching upon what is left of Vala. The fusion is progressing. This roosting tree has shared your memories with me, where you went, what you did. It can share more important things. I saw you dig for answers in the great library of the Lich for days and nights. You ruined your eyesight, but the curmudgeon Fremont kicked you out in the end. I should have told him that you were never a foolish child. It was because of me. I saw you bind your horns and attach foul beast feathers to them every day just to sneak into the city of the Sancta to find food. That's how she did it. But it was bad for your horns. That's why the one on the right stopped growing, isn't it? Oh, snap. I saw you sleep on metal scaffolds where there were no leaves to give you shade. You didn't build a treehouse either, just used a simple metal plate. How could anyone sleep like that? Do you get sick? Nasty listens to her go on and on. The voice is distorted, barely recognizable, but the words of concerns are familiar. Vala used to say these things when they lived in Convalesce. Nasty realizes that she is not looking at a problem that needs to be solved, nor a patient who needs to be treated. She's looking at a worried mother who needs to be understood. Nasty lowers her bone pen. Fern told me how you looked like when she found you. There were burns from arts, holes from bullets, and gashes from sandstorms all over you. You walked the path I once did, only harder and more painful. You could have died. You should have stayed in the Convalesce. There was nothing more I could do for the valley, for Lacarameline, for the children. You've already done so much. The lies you weaved for the sake of all the banshees. I knew it. I couldn't fool you. I began to sense that something was off as soon after you brought me to the Convalesce. I've kept the lie going for 200 years. This was my greatest achievement as custodian of the valley, and my greatest sin. "200 years? Do you mean the war?" Yes. The king of Sarkaz at the time was old and foolish. It was not just the royal courts, even outsiders thought they could turn him into a puppet and thus control all Sarkaz. It was already a bad year. Catastrophe racked the land once, then the Alliance's guns racked it again. The green feline appeared on the horizon, leading a wall of steel that stretched as far as the eye could see. Which were the Steam Knights, which were the Spire Casters, and which were the View Vanguard. I couldn't tell. I don't know when they learned to build ships of steel and tubes that breathed fire. All I remember is that the towering Wendigos could only whimper as they were crushed beneath the ships, and our kin fell burning from the sky like broken kites. No one who heard the wailing that day could ever forget it. The wailing of the banshees. We couldn't tell if we were delivering death or delivering the dead. All we could do was wail and howl, hardly able to put together a single coherent elegy. There were less than 100 of us left when the Allied forces withdrew from Kasdal. Half of us had lost our voices. Because of our nature, the Banshees have never missed a single war the Sark has. But such losses were unprecedented. I survived by sheer chance and left the blood-soaked land of sorrows, trying to find a place where life still remained. The Convalesce. The Convalesce. The vast mist lake separates it from the outside. The seasons come to a still in the golden woods. It is a quiet place, one that seemed like it didn't belong to the Sarkaz. There's nothing that shouldn't belong to Sarkaz. Yes, we believed it at the time. Me, Lakura Maline, and the new king chosen by the crown. We believed in a new life for the Sarkaz. Lecker, Meline, and I took our remaining kin to the convalesce, built a dock by Mist Lake, and built our court in the forests. For the first time, we added symbols of life into the song of the banshee, guided the trees to bear rich fruit, and the vines to weave themselves into bridges with incantations. For the first time, the banshees settled into a single place. They no longer had to sleep with only the night sky as their blanket, traveling from one death to another. But tokens from outside soon came flying in like snowflakes. Tokens announcing death. Yes. Not even Teresa and Teresa's could solve the problems left behind by war overnight. Yes. Oh, that was Nasty who said that. Yes, death lingers long after the smoke has cleared. We made dried fruit out of our first harvest. It was barely enough for a few hundred banshees to make it through the coldest month of winter. Whoops. But the tokens in my room, the murky blood crystals of the vampires, the tattered shrouds of the Naxera, the shriveled frozen hearts that the Jal became. They soon piled higher, much higher than our dried fruit. I knew that if we went out to deliver the dead at that time, we would return to our old path. But the catalyst for change was one with lives of thousands upon thousands in war. So you made a choice on behalf of all the banshees. I made the choice. I convinced Lecker Meline. I concealed all the tokens announcing death coming from outside. Occasionally a banshee might leave the convalesce to deliver our kin, but I chose the people carefully and sparingly. Lecker Meline faced much criticism outside. For a long time we believed that we could cast aside our nature and lead a different life. If the banshees could do it, so could all Sarkaz. Even if the price was that the owners of the tokens would never find their way to the myriad souls. Even the price was that the banshees, having violated their nature, are swallowed by a lifetime of emptiness, destined to endure a long and painful journey of forgetting upon their deathbed. "200 years passed. 200 years we had endured, until I met you.
That's why I had to leave. How many deaths did you tell the others about each month? How many people die in Kazdal every day? You could fool the others, but you knew that I knew from the beginning.
That Gurmaline was right. You were too smart, and you grew up in Kazdal. I could not fool you. But I hoped you could live in the Convolus. Not just because your mother was one of the many thousands of souls that I turned a blind eye to. Not just because I owed you a happy childhood for failing to respond to the last wish in time. But also because I hoped that the Convolus, the sanctuary that was built in the hope of seeking a new life for the Sarkaz, would at least be able to take in a child from outside for after 200 years. I took the child who was most likely to expose my lie in as my daughter.
You carefully kept me away from the other banshees. Ultimately, your hopes for the Convolus fell through.
I made many mistakes in my life, but there are none that I regret more than your departure. You were always a smart girl. I've thought about it many times that if I had told you the truth about things, you would have understood and played along whatsoever. If that was the case, then perhaps you wouldn't have.
No, I would have left regardless. I remember the day we departed. You called out to me. I didn't turn around, but I looked down at the water. There was no wind on Misted Lake that day. The boat sailed across the water like a knife, cutting through a piece of paper. I saw your face clearly, reflected in the still water. You wept when I said I was leaving, but let out a sigh of relief so small, so imperceptible that perhaps you didn't even notice yourself. Deep down, you wanted me to leave, didn't you? We were co-conspirators in the parting. Haven't you realized it, Vala? It was the Convalesce, not me, that is truly your daughter. You discovered it and trusted the Sarkaz's future to it, and built it with pavilions and boats, fruits and cakes. Your love for it grew as time passed. There were two reasons why you brought me back to the Convalesce: to make amends for the price you paid for it, and to verify whether it has grown the way you hoped it would. My departure brought a leaf, because the only one who could expose the fragile lie that ties the Convalesce together left. But my departure also brought anguish, because it proved that the valley could not carry the burden you hoped it would, even after 200 years. It was too fragile to accept a child who grew up in Kazdal, much less become the future abode of all Sarkaz.
Nasty. Don't.
Do you know the answer, Vala? You left the Convalesce, came here, and merged with this tree,
which is like the roosting tree, yet different. Did you do it for me, for yourself, or simply out of obsession? What are you running from, Vala? Are you running from death, from the failure of the convalesce, or from the fact that you are dying and there is nothing else you can do for the convalesce's future? Tell me, help me understand and put an end to this error.
Hey! They made me the captain, so I'm the one calling the shots here.
A lot of Banshee lore there, that's for sure.
In the pipe, 5 by 5.
They stopped doing their eulogies, but I mean, the mirrored souls are gone now, so it doesn't matter anymore. Do they know that is the case yet?
Propulsion unit, brace yourselves.
They must.
Nimbus ahead.
Okay, serious space.
I think the flowing shape is levitating. It copies Skybreaker's levitation. Vala of Convolus. If only there was something she could still do. For Convolus, for the Banshees, for her. When her skill knocks back a target, it continuously nullifies 2 buoyancies. Attack, defense, and resistance are temporarily reduced when skill expires.
Thus, I
Now's not the time for hellos.
Stay calm.
Propulsion ending. Stay in formation.
waiting for your fate. The curtain of destiny.
She stopped right before my skill.
I'll hear you.
Pretty rude. That's a cool looking effect though.
Headed into the thick of it. Roger, Wilco. Drawing a bead on the target. Want a candy? Animosity begun with the flow.
Alright, she's not weak to physical at all.
Oh, there's condensation on my glasses.
That didn't do anything.
Watch out for a voice. It's the best vessel for curses. Don't treat history with such a flippant attitude.
Marked.
Forward.
I hear the veil, the curtain of destiny.
Feel how your soul's imprisoned. It'll be a lesson you won't forget.
Whoa. Sick.
Don't treat history with
Shielding is not an option.
Ow.
Program code incomplete.
Let the world burn!
Propulsion turbulence incoming.
Does it hurt? I bet it does!
Waiting for your morning star, the illumination of Misc.
It's a long range to hit Ifrit there. If all the balloons are destroyed, would the whole platform just disappear? Luckily, we won't find out because we destroyed it. We killed it. But that would have been spooky. That would have been scary.
Stand a little further in, Doc. See your hood from here.
Propulsion turbulence incoming.
What? Your head up? How do I test fire if you're lying down? It's called responsibility.
Oh, is that thing going over there? No, hold on a second. You can't go over there. Ugh. Can I deploy her, please?
With all of you behind me, I won't take a single step back.
Waiting for your veil, the curtain of destiny.
Roger, Wilco. Net rise. Target eliminated.
Support incoming.
What? Your head up? How do I test fire if you're lying down? It's called responsibility.
Shielding mode enabled. Brace yourselves. You will need this ahead.
Yep. Yeah, yep. The whole floor is gone. Yep. That's not good.
Roger, Wilco. Don't come any closer.
Yep. They're not gonna kill that.
even an old haunt has its perils. Don't treat history with such a flippant attitude.
Don't touch me! Gonna fix my hazmat suit too? It's called sense.
Roger, Wilco.
Feel how your soul's imprisoned. It'll be a lesson you won't forget.
Escort incoming. Forward.
Waiting for your call. Soul River, the ferry of the other side.
Now, see, the problem is, I don't know how many balloons are left over there. When those two things come crashing down, how many?
Arch unit charging.
This will be over soon.
Okay, we're good.
Initiation complete.
Let that thing walk while we can kill it. Oh, we don't. Okay.
Hellfire, locked and loaded. Shriek all you want. Nobody cares.
Having the entire floor being able to fall out is pretty cool. No sudden moves. You know, I'm sure we can talk about this like reasonable people. All the rioters are here. Shut them in the lower level jail. We'll hand them over to the courts when we arrive in DC. It's almost time. Double check your parachutes unless you want to end up in a puddle. What? Did someone press the detonate button early? Impossible. We're less than a kilometer from the district. Wait, the government buildings are getting smaller. We're moving away from the capital? Looks like events are moving faster than your plans can catch up, aren't they? You never intended to stop the explosion. You're just stalling for time for the plate to turn. Do you think we had the means to go toe-to-toe with a well-trained unit? Events moving faster than the planes can catch up. Change of plans. Lower level evacuate by planned routes. Upper level, protect the civilians around you and prepare for the parachute. Point 0, detonate. There's Oakley. Wow, what's going on? Oh, the broadcast has gone dark and the screens are outside are getting signal. You're still thinking about the broadcast. Didn't you hear the Emergency Management Council's evacuation warning? A serious accident has occurred in the levitation layer. All floating facilities will fall from the sky in less than 10 minutes. Hurry up and get yourself to the emergency shelters. Fall from the sky. Oakley looks up to see hundreds of floating pods turn into fireballs in the sky, marrying the clear skies with smoke and ash. Without the gentle touch of sunlight, the cloud-like pods turn back into chunks of metal, crashing down on the lower level. Look out! Well, that was a close call, thanks. You're a tester. Which company? I don't remember you. Now is not the time for introductions, Oakley. The streets are exposed. You risk getting hit by falling debris. You should go into an emergency shelter quickly. Alright. Falling. Tumbling down. Fern's heart is beating so hard she feels like it might escape her ribcage at any moment. She tries her best to control her breathing. The straps of the sides on the helmet slap her face, inflicting just enough pain to fend off the fear of falling. In an instant, the signal from the detonator travels through the connected conduits, igniting all the floating facilities at the same time. Fern leaps from platform 7 before it loses all power. The falling pod streaks past Fern like a black meteor. The bright-colored paint is burned out of off the advertisements, and metal cables flail in the air, giving off a bitter smell of tar. The whole levitation layer sways meekly in the air like a deflated balloon. Lucky Sister Beast, One Boot, Breach Brella. Fern watches as these companies' logos fall together with her. Now that is a scene that rivals the sunset in the bleach wasteland, she thinks. Oh, the parachute, Fern! Oops, almost forgot. The updraft lifts the feline's slender frame. The parachutes come together to form a massive cloud. Did we do it? The people on the ground don't know what's happening. It must be a shock for them to see their investments and products turn to ash. They're safe, at least. The pieces of the levitation layer would have fallen on top of their heads if the plate didn't turn around. Besides, they'll never find out that they were scheming and plotting to stop them from dreaming. Where do we go next? You could certainly go back to Northville to see your wife. Sure, but what about after that? After that? Let's talk about that when we get back to standing on terra firma and looking up at the sky. The light of the burning fire illuminates the people's faces, but there is a little regret in their hearts as they gaze upon Propeller Paradise now beyond recognition. The remains of Propeller Paradise are scattered across the barren lands, between the district and the plate, like gifts that have been returned. Fern closes her eyes in relaxation as she comes back down to Earth with Paradise. The elderly banshee said her kin were like broken kites as they fell burning from the sky in the war from 200 years ago. Now, though, she is like a kite that has too many strings attached, the branches and roots tugging at her as she floats in midair. A kite nothing could ever ruin, as she had wished. The roosting tree. That was the name I gave it. I built huts beneath it and made it the abode of every banshee. But all I felt was fear when Lakura Maline brought me to its roots. It was like a great void that could not be illuminated by the moons, by candles, or by fireflies. It was still all silent, sucking away my memory a little bit at a time. I could smell decay in the darkness, a decay that we could not reverse, not even the children of soil and stone could. It was a constant reminder of how pathetic the convalesce was. At the end, Lady Teresa and Lord Teresis found a future for the Sarkaz through war and death. Meanwhile, Athenel continues to seek a new future for the Banshees. But me and my valley, it is nothing more than a failed sanctuary that quietly awaits death. And there's nothing more I can do for it. So you ran away from the roosting tree. Ran away from death. Why here, though? Everywhere outside the convolus was the same. Gray and chaotic, impossible to navigate. There are only one path, I remembered. Those unfamiliar names that you said. Litania, Laterano, Columbia. I followed the names, followed your scent, not knowing to what end the path led, and what I would do there. I just didn't want the tree to turn me into an empty husk. But you chose to go into another tree. I was filled with sorrow when I saw that you planted another roosting tree. When I felt the spread of decay, I thought you were going to repeat our mistakes. Even if we couldn't save the convolus's roosting tree, I wanted to do something for this one. Even if all I could do was stay its decay and save you from the sorrow for a while. When I saw it with my own eyes, I realized there was nothing I could do for it, but it could save me. The roosting tree only takes memories, but this one shares. It shares the story of the convolus and of your journey. It makes me feel that I am alive. I'm sorry, Nasty. I had fused with the tree before I stopped the path from collapsing once again. I deceived you. That's why you're so lucid. That's why the tree rejects my incantations. You rewrote its grammar and changed its operating logic. It keeps you alive, and you keep it running, even though neither of you are what you used to be. You're like a program that relies on a bug to keep running. Bug. Program. Like a withered tree that relies on a parasitic vine to remain standing. It's not so bad, is it? If this can keep it from withering, then I've finally done something useful for you, for the Banshees, for Sarkaz. I can bring it back to the convolus, bring you back. That would be pointless. Why? Why is the tree not responding to me? That means it's working. The outer casing of the device Nasty is carrying on her build falls away with a crack. Paper tapes pour out, laying themselves out around her as though following an invisible blueprint, forming an elaborate and organized framework. The tapes are filled with tiny holes that represent incantations coming together to build Nasty's unique language and safeguard her unique rules, rejecting the archaic spread of the branches. I said I must understand before I can put an end to this error. Now I do. Nasty raises her pen and writes down a function, an incantation. Speaks in Sarkaz. Reconstruct. No. The memories that the tree shared with me, They're disappearing. Nasty, nasty, what are you doing? Wiping the preloaded data in the tree. All that it shared with you was only temporary data for experimentation. I know that you don't want to forget, but what you truly want to remember and retain are not these hodgepodge data put together for experiments. Even if it's so, please don't make the last thing I see be the sight of you destroying your life's work. You've walked such a long road and suffered so much for it. To you, the Convolus was your life's work, but I never had one. I have a goal. This tree is the means to it. My judgment of it is not based on how much I committed to it, only whether it can achieve my goal. You hoped that fusing with it would keep it from withering, but not withering won't make it any more useful. Just like the roosting tree of the Convolus. I don't want to be cruel, but the roosting tree never truly consoled the dying. It is no more than a simple phobie? Phobie tree? Bent under the weight of incantations. Oh, I guess that's actually a type of tree, a species of tree, I guess. Okay. That might be what they're talking about then. It's not native to the genus... Okay, yeah. It's native to the genus Bopsis in the family of Targangalis Cimarobacea, and its wood is commonly used for building in southeast Terra. I had an elf colleague verify its nature after I joined Rhinelab. It became the roosting tree of the Convolus because you saw it as a symbol and mourned its change. It has withered because it has reached the end of its natural lifespan. That is all. Even the colors that run through its branches is merely the result of exposure to incantations over the years. I don't remember how it used to look anymore. But nasty, if it's truly so, why does your tree look so much like the roosting tree? Because it reminds me of you, just as you think of me. Do you know why I planted this tree? I remember the day we parted. You were calling to me, but I didn't turn back because some words can no longer be said once you see the other person's face. But I couldn't help but look at your face reflected in the water. I wanted to remember how you looked. New tears flow across the lines made by old ones, as though it was a fixture on your face. I spent more than a decade with you in the Convolus. I never saw you without tear marks on your face. Life in the valley was good. I would have chosen the Convolus over Kazdil every time, 100 times over, but Vala. Was there a single moment that you weren't in pain over the course of your 200 years in the Convolus? At first, I thought I could wipe away your tears and make you smile with simple methods. You spent a whole day wiping my face, you spent a whole day wiping my face with mist apple pulp. It was only later that I learned why you were in pain. The source of your pain was a decision, the lie. The kin who suffered because they defied their nature. The kindred who could not return to the myriad souls because there was no one to deliver them. They were the source of your pain. To solve your problem, I must solve the problems of the Banshees, the problems of the Sarkaz. The answer lies outside the Convalesce, outside Kazdal, in a place I don't know. As I indulge in such fantasies, I saw you and I sail in the sky, the reflected sky. It was a calm, windless day, but suddenly the water rippled without warning, wiping away the eternal tear marks on your face. You almost looked like you were smiling. And so, I began to think about the sky whenever I thought about how to make you smile. Perhaps the sky is where we can find our sanctuary, an abode for our souls. Speaks in Sarkaz. The Sarkaz's promised land could also be in the sky. All the things you did. This tree in the sky. That's where it all began. Access security camera image. Falling like a broken kite. Looks like mainlanders successfully carried out their plan. The entire capital will bear witness to the fall of Propeller Paradise. But the tremors came from the ground plate. Did Gordon... Will we fall too? Not sure. I've undone the fusion and reset the tree, restoring it to an operable state. But the tree itself is not yet complete. At least save yourself, Nasty. 3 years ago, Afinal added a condition to my hypothesis when he delivered the myriad souls. 2 years ago, a friend split the sky and showed me the path to the future. But I'm still one step away from the answer. What is to come will depend on whether we find it. Where in the sky, but I don't see the answer. Everything has fallen. The sky is empty. Yes, the sky has always been empty. It is we who must fill it. For you, Vala, I don't think the answer is in the sky. It's in you. I can hear the roars, the hatred, the cries that surround you. The kin I delivered or failed to deliver. Vampire, Naxera, Jal, and Banshees. I've wiped all the preloaded temporary experiment data from the tree. It's your own frustration, rage, and sorrow that binds you now. Like every banshee that you sent away the last 200 years, like every Sarkaz that returned to their myriad souls since the beginning of time. That is why our people are made empty by painful oblivion. That is why the myriad souls are always roaring, always angry, always wailing. But if we leave behind residues of information and death, the myriad souls are merely the collective of such residues. Why shouldn't it be joy and song that remains? Does our nature prevent it? No. To process residues of information, build a server. If coverage on the ground isn't enough, raise it into the sky. Not just a sanctuary for the living, the tree will become an abode for the departed as well. This time, however, we decide what we leave behind. Perhaps it wasn't function that the tree was missing. It was a command, a decision, a sincere wish. Tell me the answer, Vela. What is it that you truly want to leave behind? The tree, I will preserve that memory for you. Oblivion will never claim what you want to leave behind. I don't know. You don't know. At first, I just wanted to save our kin from pain, from anger, from sorrow. I no longer know how that can be achieved. If neither the Convalesce nor the roosting tree could accomplish it, is there any meaning in leaving anything behind? Vela. Nasty wanted to do something, say something, but no sound comes out from her lips. She is normally not one to deal with hypotheticals, but she could not help but think, if she finished the tree and took her people to the sanctuary in the sky sooner, would her mother have had a comforting memory to cling to? Hundreds of pods falling from the sky, like black meteors, like heavy raindrops, like broken kites. Mother and daughter gaze at each other silently, as they hoped it would make this moment an eternity. No, you were never one to stop walking, Nasty. Once you decide on my path, you'll see it through to the end. Don't stop now. Don't let me take away the meaning of what you've accomplished. My life may have had no meaning, but there must be some meaning to all that you've done. If this tree is the new abode for the souls of the Sarkaz, then let me be its first denizen. I gave you a home 20 years ago. Now you've given me one. When the children stand around the tree to listen to its voice, I want it to be your laughter. When the children stand around the tree to listen to its voice, I want it to be your laughter that they hear, not your weeping. And I want to remember your smile when I think of you. Nasty, my child. I've had good memories. Memories that made me smile. I remember it was... She cannot finish the sentence. Half a year has passed since she realized that she was beginning to forget, and fled her hut under the roosting tree, following Nasty's trail all the way to Columbia. A journey far too long for a dying banshee. It was not the reunion that she had hoped for, but as obsession has carried her to this point falls apart, death hath finally caught up to her. Countless scenes fade from Vela's memories and become vivid before Nasty's eyes. The banshee oar lies still in her hands. She hears a lament. The king who painted the same dream with her has passed, in a faraway place that she cannot see. The banshee stands still beneath the roosting tree. She spent 3 months witnessing her kin fall victim to oblivion and become an empty husk, the price that paid her for her lies, and there was nothing she could do about it. The banshee kneels still on the floor of a dilapidated house. She promised to deliver a gargoyle who helped her in the past, but all that was left was the tip of a petrified tail. The banshee's sorrow and regrets are infinite, flowing past Nasty like a river without end. Oh, after all, these memories have faded. There is one last thing that is left. One tiny, brief fragment. The Banshee is putting a child to bed, a girl whom she brought back to the convalesce. Her eyes are filled with fatigue as she looks up at her old friend, but all she would talk about is how lovely the child is. She used to be a child once. She opens her eyes and sees this land for the first time. She does not know whether it is good or bad. But Nasty can see that she is smiling. Time passes to the Banshee, like the wind across the surface of Misc Lake, leaving nothing behind. Vala fades away into the sky. A leaf gently drifts down. I'll catch you and remember you, Mother. Nasty catches the leaf gently, as her mother once picked a leaf from the tree for her. One does not need a bone whistle to accompany a smile. After a long silence, she blows a tune with the leaf. Like threads, the notes leave the gentlest incantation that she has ever weaved. Be at peace. Meanwhile, Vice President Jackson. It's interesting that for the past 200 years, no Sarkaz have actually technically been going to the Myriad Souls. Assuming this is actually how it works and isn't just superstition. But so the Banshees haven't been actually taking anyone. So the Myriad Souls that have been influencing Sarkaz like psychology, I guess, has only been Sarkaz from before 200 years ago. Once I get left behind, get thrown into the furnace? I don't think they put anyone else really in there. Although they could have, I guess. I'd like to make a bet with you, Miss Wilson. How many sky stocks do you think that young Pavard, that honest and serious secretary of mine, will go and buy once he delivers the balloons? 0. The end of the line at the stock exchange was 2 blocks away when I came. The last time I saw this level of excitement in the district was when the Department of Defense decided to send troops to Boulevard. I still have one of those cactus hats in my office. People went into the streets wearing those hats, shouting slogans and turning the veins of the DC green. I haven't seen those hats in a long time. No one wants their taxes turned into guns. Not since Robert McKesson and his feat of saving Boulevard from the Boulevarians became the butt of evening radio jokes. Classic. Everybody wears a propeller hat on their heads nowadays. A blue propeller hat that spins. It's awfully noisy, to tell the truth. I hear that there's a new version that automatically plays that rock song every Colombian knows when the propeller spins. I grew up listening to Terra Bless Us and Cityway 66. I once thought that the song of our time would be Goodnight, Arc 1. Turns out, it would be Goodnight, Kristen Wright. The obsession that Colombians have with the future will never change, but the one they're following seems to have changed while we weren't looking. Kristen never intended to become an idol. The Department of Defense never intended to become a joke. It never occurred to any of us that we raised a glass to the failure of the DoD, that it wouldn't be just the DoD who loses credibility. The people listening to late night radio over a pot of mac and cheese don't differentiate between the DoD, Congress, or the Cabinet, after all. As you said yourself, these days, the masses seem more willing to take inspiration from a legend or miracle. Sometimes, however, we need to turn our gazes back to the soil that nurtures miracles. Back to Columbia. Finally, we lay our eyes on Propeller Paradise. Not a day has passed that we don't think about it. Ever since that fateful night 2 years ago. The synchronized aerial return that we just witnessed is a testament to the scale of our test pilots, even in times of peace. Now, Propeller Paradise reveals its miracle to us, this wonderful spectacle of the Colombian dream. Demonstrating that, declaring that, silence. Every media outlet, every channel, voices rich or coarse or sharp or warm, all fall silent at the same time. The entrepreneurs and investors in the streets, along with thousands upon thousands of ordinary people, fall silent too. For a few minutes, the only sound in Max DC is the sound of the propeller hats. The rustling sound they make, like falling leaves, is only accompaniment to this spectacular disaster witnessed by millions in the capital. Turn their gazes back to the soil that nurtures miracle. Back to Columbia. A terrorist attack? A premeditated attack of terror. Investigations confirm that the explosion was caused by a batch of arts weapons smuggled in disguise as general parts. The weapons can be traced to numerous Centrum nations, including Kazimierz, which has long since abandoned the ways of chivalry, and Litania, the ancient nation of casters, have used their despicable tricks against us. The voice of progress falls silent today. It is the darkest of day in Columbia's 80 years of history. Is this a little reference to a certain? The nation is waiting for me to speak. I should tell them they have destroyed more than just an exhibition. They have destroyed the hopes and dreams that every Colombian entrusted to it. I should tell them this shameless, heinous act was committed by those who envy our splendor, trying to make our people timid and afraid. I should tell them, but they're doomed to fail. Colombia will never be defeated. No conspiracy can stop the lamp and star from shining bright in the west. And then Colombians will eagerly turn their taxes into guns, right? Everything that they fervently devoted to Propeller Paradise, and all those sky stocks and the spinning propeller hats will turn into shields and swords. When the smoke clears, and the empty sky will be more inflammatory than any speech. The winds in the wilderness of Colombia have never stopped, mercilessly blowing away the smoke and cloud that surrounded Propeller Paradise. The sky feels even emptier than before. After all, things bright and beautiful have fallen, but it's not entirely empty. Jackson. He's got a telescope? Or maybe it's a camera lens. Is the soot playing tricks on my eyes?
I see it as well as you do, Mr. Vice President. As do millions of people here in DC.
Floating platforms supported by a complicated system of massive hot air balloons and propellers have fallen. Floating labs of many shapes and sizes have fallen. The ropeway system that connected the levitation layer has fallen, along with hundreds of pods. The saucer-shaped tower that linked the ground and the sky has fallen, along with the elevator that supports it. Only one thing rises through the clouds into the bright skies of Columbia. How do they keep getting away with it? Ryan Lab does it again.
A message from Maylander, sir. Propeller Paradise has stopped moving towards the capital. It is now headed for the southeastern border, accelerating. Maylander believes they are trying to escape Columbia, which would be an act of treason. Mechanized units on the border are moving to cut off the Propeller Paradise's potential routes. More importantly, the unknown object in the sky has already been locked on by our defense artillery deployed along the district's route. With your speech about to begin, they want to hear how you define it. The Department of Defense recommends opening fire immediately and sticking with the current narrative. Maylander has raised the possibility of conveying a different message through survival of this facility. But they have also noted the risks of doing so. The facility is created by Ryan Lab after all.
Before they do anything, I would like to get a good look at this thing myself. A tree.
A tree.
Ryan certainly has style, doesn't it? A tree-shaped facility. Do you know what it is?
I have no idea. I suppose I'm just here to lighten the mood while you vent about Ryan.
Well, it doesn't matter. What it is will soon stop mattering to the people, just like that balloon that couldn't fly. In the DoD's game, it will become an infant slaughtered by knights, an envoy killed by the Witch King. Its fall will drive the rise of the people's wrath. In Maylander's proposal, it will become the next symbol of the Columbian spirit, its silhouette printed on every hat that leaves the factories for the next decade.
Is that so? All I see is a tree. You see those foul beasts brushing their feathers and honing their beaks? They've accepted that it's a tree, and a tree that they can roost on.
A tree rising from the wounds of Columbia. How should people understand it?
They don't have to. Just as you didn't need to understand the mobile mining platform on the wilderness that you skipped classes to watch when you were young. Did you know if it was carrying a group of ambitious pioneers or desperate debtors? Did it return with a full load of riches, or was it simply drifting aimlessly?
All I know is that I really didn't want to take the test that day, and the mining platform happened to be chasing the setting sun.
A mining platform chasing the setting sun, and a flying tree. They're not so different, are they?
What is your position, Mr. Vice President? I'm the Vice President of Columbian Union. With this position comes responsibility. I can't skip classes to watch a mining platform chase a setting sun like I used to. Still, that was indeed what made me feel something about the soil of Columbia for the first time. If the sky is the soil that nurtures the future of Columbia, I'm sure there's enough room in it for a flying tree.
Your logical deduction is absolutely correct. What a perfect calculation.
Final part, flight resumption. A discussion, a few empty chairs. A most remarkable speech, Mr. President, or Vice President. People were moved to tears, even in the Rhine Lounge. I didn't think I would move the most eccentric, most maverick scientists of Columbia. But I've received enough flowers, banners, strongly worded letters of support, and soldier figures painted in my likeness over the past few hours. Not from Rhine. For the better, I suppose. Let's get back on the topic at hand. How should we define that tree floating in the sky from a scientific perspective? If you really want to know the scientific principles behind it, I could spend the whole afternoon explaining how its roots will spread across the land and its branches and leaves across the sky. From a scientific perspective, however, all you need to know is that when it is fully grown, it will be able to collect energy and information from across Columbia and process it centrally. You mean an energy well like the shaft, but on a national scale? And a server too, bidirectional to boot. The roots and branches go both ways, not only from the ground to the sky, but also from the sky to the ground. No need to force yourself to understand these things. You can zone out the way you did when you visited our Trimount's headquarters. It was your words to save the tree when dozens of guns from the Department of Defense and hundreds of cameras from mainlander media were pointed at it. Miss Wilson's words truly tugged at my heartstrings. Even an old man like me couldn't help but think back to the wild days of youth. I see. And there I was thinking that it was because you didn't want to give away the chance to define this tree to mainlander or the Department of Defense. An exhibition, a speech, sky fever and patriotism made you the overwhelming darling of public opinion over the other candidates in the span of just a few hours. But have you thought about the future you would need to paint in order to not let your supporters down? Or was it always your plan to improvise your speech? You know about the understanding between Kristen and the Department of Defense. Kristen would build Ark 01, and it was none of Ryan's business who the DoD used it against. Since I already have the authority to define this tree, I don't suppose it would have broken through the star pod before everyone's eyes if I didn't discuss with Rhinelab when defining it. Of course, you don't have to discuss with anyone, be it Nasty, myself, the generals, the lawmakers, or that plushie on your shoulder. I take back what I said about when you and I was chatting with my secretary. What do you mean? You're easier to deal with than Kristen. State your demands. Lift the lockdown on Repeller Paradise and allow the escaped plate to return to the capital's route for repairs. As to those involved in the incident, escaped? That's not how DC will define what has happened. Researchers who stand on the front lines of Columbian science would never flee in the face of foreign sabotage, would they? What else? Lift the lockdown on Rhinelab. You know what I'm talking about. You and I should hold an official meeting as soon as possible. You can't ask the government to undo something we haven't done. We've only ever been curious. What can Rhinelab do? Seriously, is no one sleeping tonight? I should have held some night wilderness tours. You wouldn't stay still, would you? Even when the plate's broken down. I could say the same about you. You look like a clerk gazing blankly at the sky outside after coming back from vacation. Well, I was scared, but also excited. When we started fighting the mainlander people. You almost scared me when you tried to bite that agent's finger off. I'm not really an emotional guy. The last time I was so excited was when I got approved for that Sky loan. Loan Shark was showing off levitating devices at the entrance to the local bar. There were so many people watching that they broke the fence. In the end, it wasn't education or economic circumstances that decided who got the loan, but who could fly a drone the highest and furthest. Which is how you ended up being the sucker who got scammed into it. That night, I stupidly bragged to my wife, showing off the finger I used to move the control stick and win a chance for the future. It was only a few days later that you realized there was no battery in the controller at all. Yeah, I should never trust myself when blood gets into my head. But you still charged the blockade with us without a second thought, didn't you? Yes, now we're like sister beasts to the slaughter in the wilderness, waiting for the government to decide our future. I feel like an onion thrown into a washing machine, getting layers after layers peeled off in these tides of fevers. Do you want to escape the washing machine, or do you want to be more than a powerless onion? A few years ago, I had an idea while going to the bleach wasteland for the third time. If I sneaked inside with a truckload of pure gold ore and took it through the border checkpoint in the broad daylight, Colombians would forget all the terrifying legends in the blink of an eye and begin another great expansion, and it wouldn't be much different from what we're going through. Even if it began with a bored tour guide rather than a scientist who split the sky, even if it was a hoax rather than a milestone. We always try to see new possibilities inside the door marked impossible, to escape the laws of common sense that seem to have no end, to go somewhere else and live a different life. You, me, the hundreds of Propeller Paradise testers, even that Ryan researcher, assistant, Sky, we're all the same. The onion can't get out of the washing machine. But we can remember why we chose to go inside. If the government doesn't hang us all for treason tonight, I want to stay on the Propeller Paradise, run Lucky Sister Piece, and pay my debts. Can you deliver a letter to my wife? I don't really trust regular messengers. Would you like to join Fern's tours? I could deliver you.
I don't believe it. There can't be a single scientist on Terra like you.
Sound of hammering.
How did you meet Gustav? Did you know about his and Maylander's plan?
Sound of metal being polished.
Shame I never actually got to teach him a lesson. The old fox ran off with Maylander's people after the levitation layer fell.
He was taken away in handcuffs.
Handcuffs? Ha! He wanted me to take the fall for Propeller Paradise, but he's the one who ends up going down.
Sound of metal clanging. Good.
You've been sitting here the whole day with those pliers and hammers. What are you studying?
I'm preparing for a journey. The Karanta gestures to the bottom of his shoes. Only then does Gordon realize that the sound that the Karanta makes when walking does not come from shoes.
A piece of crescent-shaped metal nailed to your feet. Doesn't it hurt?
Why does he have horseshoes? What is he, an Uma? This doesn't make any sense. No, feet are more trustworthy than shoes in treacherous terrain, such as swamps of Sargon, the ice fields of Sami, and the barren lands of Columbia. He just nailed it to his feet even though? What the heck? That's insane.
So, you don't plan on hiding your identity from me?
My role is insignificant in this entire event. I simply came to help a friend and made a new friend along the way.
I do so hate free spirits.
You have enough experience to be my travel companion, but you won't do it.
ATAO is gonna be purged after this accident. Why should I not go back when the old fox no longer has any influence? Besides, you recognize everything in my collection room. I'll always be inferior to you if I traveled with you. I'll make good use of all ATAO resources available to me. You won't recognize 5-4 the next time you see it.
I look forward to it.
Is there any place you haven't been? Like, beyond the star pod, I guess.
There are many paths that no one has trodden before. If there indeed comes a day when humanity stands among the clouds, I will continue to cast my gaze to the land. Still don't have a name for that guy. Nice. I also the tree. I want to say it looks maybe like not quite wooling stuff, but like there's a similar vibe going on with it. Not that that would be really related. That's yen, but. Also maybe, well, not so much the tombstone, but... It reminds me of something more specific, but I'm not quite sure what it was. Maybe nothing. It might just be getting mixed up in my head. I saw you coming this time, Mercia. It's rare to see you not burying your head in work. Are you waiting for someone? What about you? Your colleagues already pulled out of Propeller Paradise before the sun had set. Another rule of secretaries? You have to be the last one to leave. Just ran into a bit of trouble when packing. Speaks in sarcasm. Hover. Oh, thank you. I was wondering how long I would get them down. I was wondering how I would get them down there. You chose the most scenic route, one that would take you around the tree. I wanted to see the final resting place of Vala, your mother. Her epitaph is the leaves that grow upon it. Look up on your way out. She might have a wind carry one to you, if she still remembers you. You're not angry that I used Vala to complete Maylander's mission. You also defied Maylander's orders in order to help her. If it's to prison that you go from here, I would not consider it a shining example of Colombian justice. No need to worry about that. The Tin Man once decorated himself with drone parts that Mr. Celine discarded. Usefulness is not the only standard that he uses to judge. And this little rebellion won't be either. I think that's the one you were waiting for. I'll take my leave then. Give me the parameters, Sky. Transmission complete. Nothing out of the ordinary. The tree is in great shape. But you already know that, don't you? Just make sure the battle didn't wreck your brain. The first thing I learned on the streets of Trimounts was how to fight. I wouldn't be here in Rhine if a fight or two would wreck my brain. Until I come back, you're in charge of the tree's regular maintenance, any derivative projects, and all of our staff, workers and testers in Propeller Paradise. I need you on top of your game. I got the projects, but the workforce and testers, they have been asking what you liked. They wanted to give you a token of their appreciation before you leave. They stayed because of you, Director Lunare. What did you tell them? I don't know. I have no idea what you like other than your work. Take the Starpod War stamped and pit tomorrow. He'll tell you everyone's personality and interests. Director, the first thing I learned on the Barren Lands was how to deal with people. What do you like then? It's not hard to find out. It's time to go. I'll leave the tree in your hands. What about the one you were waiting for? He's used to traveling alone. He's probably already left. Left? But we're in the Barren Lands. He'll find a way. Hey, stop. This is Rhine Lab HQ. Visitors need to register over there. I noticed you the moment you walked in. Hard not to, given the clatter you make when you walk. Did you just come from the Barren Lands or something? At least change your clothes if you want to steal company secrets. What the? Director level access? Who are you? I'm sorry. I'll take you upstairs now. The others are waiting for you in the conference room. Thank you. That's the gist of it. The rest of the details are on the slide. Propeller Paradise is docked with Max DC. The district will now proceed to perform repairs and take inventory. Hundreds of tech firms, more than 1,000 research projects in the sky and flight, and some 20 to 30,000 people. It would take months to complete. Fortunately, Sari's negotiation with Jackson was a success, and Rhine Engineering Section will be able to focus on their work at Propeller Paradise. Sky Yeager's in charge until I get back. He's matured a lot. Wow, you've actually developed the new guys. Good work, Nasty. Thank you for your help. I would thank you even more if you deleted the photos where you make faces with my appearance. Nah, I don't think so. Say, aren't you gonna tell me about your mom? No. Something's different about you. Not sure what exactly, but in a good way. Nasty. Alright, I cried and I came to terms with a few things. And strengthened my resolve with a few things, that's all. I didn't leave my lab to watch you little tete-a-tete. You've been a little too committed to science lately, Ferdinand. I've almost started to miss the days when you were scheming and left and right to take over the company. And why do you think I'm not doing that? I'll ask you to recall that it is my breakthrough in high-energy physics that have kept all of our sections afloat these past 2 years, ladies. Yes, sure, thank you for your help. I'm guessing Dorothy didn't come to the meeting because she didn't want to hear you gloat. Yeah, Dorothy. Is she out of jail? She went back to Site 359 right after the She went back to Site 359 right after the inquiry. She said she had a few dreams. Girl never looks forward. Sorry, Nasty's already sent the experiment results concerning the tree to my mailbox. We're not here only to discuss Propeller Paradise matter, are we? Of course not. Then who are we waiting for? Perhaps you might be interested in seeing the data from the Infi ice field. You're back, Mariam, finally. Insane. Sorry, it's been a long time since I've been in Columbia. Took me some time to fit my hoof irons. Broke them in on the walk to DC to Tri-Mounts. I'm glad I didn't wait for you on Propeller Paradise. I had a car that could have taken us both back to Rhyme together. You know, I never considered that at all. Someone obsessed with searching for death in every corner of Terra would be used to walking alone, I figured. It takes 2 people with director-level access to activate the core unit of that tree. I had wondered who Sari is sent to help Nasty. Ah, that's the 2 thing. Okay. The game was rigged from the start. Mainlander had no chance. The legend is already a pile of bones in the wilderness. The media questions if the director of Ryan's scientific investigation section even exists. There is definitely no better choice, but... You want to know who arranged it? Justin Jr. He had some investments in Chapat, and no sooner had I left the Infi ice field than he got in touch. He told me to go to Columbia and straight to DC. I got Gustav's invitation soon after. Justin Jr. had obviously, let's just say, pulled a few strings. So yeah, so he's... No one, like, even really knows who he is, because he's always traveling, I guess. Then why did I come back to Rhine? I found a fragment of that spherical superstructure in the depths of the Infi ice fields where the ruthless flowers bloomed the brightest. You guessed it. Yes, it's the structure that Kristen's file mentioned. She said people in the old times called it the Stargate. I'm sure Saria will share the information with you soon. Any more questions, Ferdinand? I thought not. When is this? Or did Ryan actually... Because of course Kristen talked to Friston. So does Ryan Lab already knew that it existed the whole time? For the past 2 years, they've just known. So Mariam goes to Sami. This is taking place... He's already traveled there and been exploring, but is this before he disappeared? Maybe he goes back... He found a piece of the structure. And he's talking about the flowers. We know that he gives a sample of the flowers to, when he goes missing, to be delivered to Magellan. And Magellan then gives the flowers back to Rhinelab. Magellan, even. So he's talking about them here. Has that already happened? Or is he just talking about them, but they don't have a sample yet? Considering he's saying he found a fragment, but not the superstructure itself, then he hasn't gone missing yet. This is before that point. So he's talking about it. Then he goes missing. Then Magellan's sent to find him. Which means that the Black Hole Protocol stuff is going to happen pretty soon. Timeline-wise. But it's pretty funny that Ryan Lab directors knew about it the whole time. So Magellan's discovery, like they're like, their minds are explode from the discovery of the superstructure, but the directors are like, yeah, we already knew about that, actually. We were trying to find it, actually. Huh. Nothing's changed about how you ask and answer your own questions, Mariam. You've left Ferdinand with nothing left to say. Alright, looks like everyone's here. This meeting is rather overdue. For the past 2 years, all of mainstream Colombian media and the tech tabloids have made the same judgment. The gap where Galeria Stellare disappeared is a scar upon the Starpod, and a scar upon Rhine. They've even come up with a whole narrative on the cancellation of Rhine's end-of-year cocktail party. We were all busy, that's all. Yes, but now we finally have some time. The joint project between engineering and ecological had some unexpected twists and turns, but the final result was a smashing success. Nasty, you're now holding the key to a brand new domain. Yeah, he found a piece apparently, but yeah, Magellan's expedition is what actually finds it. Because he went missing. And I think it's implied that he was... I can't remember if it was implied they did find him at some point. Was it implied in retracing our steps? Although if that's happening now, maybe he's not missing yet, so maybe they didn't find him. Because they talked about him in retracing our steps, but if he's not missing yet, then I don't know. Because that also happens in 1102, so this is all 1102. Yeah, so he just wouldn't be missing yet. So did they find him? I can't remember if they said he found him, but does that happen in no, because I beat all the endings but the last one, so yeah, I don't remember. I'll have to look it up. If we keep it in our hands, Mariam's discovery in the Infi ice field has proven beyond all doubt that those strange tales that Kristen collected are indeed based on actual fact. Perhaps it will help us rebuild dialogue with the old era. And Mulces has brought back data from our observation station in Yerrig. Data that's very interesting, or very dangerous. I'm sure you've heard about the events in Bolivar. 20 scientist teams have gone missing in the Black Flow. Explorers and schemers will be excited if there is any developments with that swamp. Ryan should act too, sorry, yeah? Magellan's already on her way. To the Black Flow. That poor girl. So is the Black Flow... Wait, is the Black Flow before or after Infi Ice Fields? The events and phenomena that have unfolded since Kristen's incident indicate that the most well-hidden secrets of Terra all lead to the same answer. It will tell us the reason for Terra's existence, and whether it is a disaster or a brave new world waiting for us in the future. Rhinelab has already made preparations, but that alone is not enough. We must respond to the fear of the unknown, and go boldly where no one has gone before. What you've said is absolutely correct, Nasty. However, Rhinelab must be the one to turn that key. Whoa. Of course, we'll never have a make-up cocktail party. Or they will have? Yeah, they'll have one. What's this? Justin Jr. A convergence of minds. Rhinelab elites reunited in Trimounts. A newspaper sample. I would like you to think of a title for this article here before it goes to print. Are these scientists gathered to mourn the end of sky fever? Or preparing to usher in a tide of new changes? The Savior, the authentic voice of Columbia. New discovery, Rhinelab. You sent a screenshot of your communication with your colleagues to the Savior? More appropriate to put it all as a DoD-aligned newspaper getting its hands on certain documents that could not be obtained by official means. But I heard your control has already reached no understanding with Jackson concerning Propeller Paradise. None too thrilled about it, are you? But it won't stop me from making another deal with you. You understand that in the aftermath of the Horizon Arc project, Rhine Lab's credibility with the Department of Defense has become roughly the equivalent of Mama John's scratch-off lottery tickets. Garbage. Man, what doesn't Mama John do? Which is why I only came to you after Saria reached an understanding with Jackson. In the aftermath of the setback in Boulevard, the failure of the Horizon Arc project and the Propeller Paradise incident, the Department of Defense's credibility with President Mark Max has become... Well, I suppose I should spare you the proverbs. I don't know what exactly your scientists are planning, but I know the value they can create. In this, I'm sure we are in agreement. I'm a businessman, and my priority is Ryan's business interests. Sounds like I have no reason to refuse. It's a pleasure doing business with you. To be frank with you, I don't think much of you when Blake recommended you. I'm sure you understand remember my life story that I just shared, which is a fairly interesting one if I do say so myself. All you need to do is think something of fate. As for your attitude toward the one who controls its pulse, that's rarely in your hands. Who the heck is he talking to? You would think the Black Flow would be after, but if Magellan's being sent there, it would have to be before, unless the black hole stuff's already happened, which I don't think is true based on how they're discussing it. So she was sent to the Black Flow first. Unless she's not, like, we go back to the Black Flow. She's sent to the Black Flow, leaves, and then obviously the next integrated strategies is the Black Flow, but that's just a different expedition thing into the Black Flow. Whatever's going on there. That is totally a legitimate possibility, you know. Could be two different events.
We're still in deep water and you managed to fall asleep in a blink of an eye? It makes me wonder if I should be jealous. Fine, you can have your rest for now. I'll be waiting here.
Trying to see what's up with Mariam and the timeline. Because the wiki is implying that this is him back from going missing, which that doesn't seem right to me. I don't know. Unless he made it back on his own, I guess, and then But then Magellan just keeps exploring afterwards. I mean, they don't find him at the end of Black Forest, and they... Right? But they also don't... I don't know how much he's actually talked about in integrated strategies, so maybe he was fine. Maybe he's not been missing this whole time, and I just assumed he was still missing. But that, how they talk to me, does not sound like they found it yet, right?
Fine, you can have your rest
The
for
portal.
now. I'll be waiting here.
He found a piece of it. But the wiki's like, he went missing and saw me. Later revealed he survived. During that journey, he was stabbed in the chest, which he talks about here. And that's why it's like, well, wait a second. That means that this is afterwards. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it depends on how big of a gap it is between Black Forest and Expedition into the ICL integrated strategies, right? What is... What was this like the intro to the integrated strategies? So it's saying Ryan Labs team led by Magellan is ready for another thrilling exploration. They're eager to find secrets after the unknown flower was sent back to them. Nevertheless, they prioritized in seeking the missing director. Okay, that implies he's still missing by this point. But if that's all already happened, there's no way they'd be talking about it like this. And why would they send Magellan to the Black Flow if she's busy in the north? Unless it's about to happen, like within days, it's gonna happen. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so the timeline still has it undated, but it does say before 1102. That's the implication, I guess. Everyone is taking this, that this is this is after he got back. There is a little story from the Integrated Strategies that I think this is where I was remembering. I'm pretty sure it maybe mentioned that he got back at some point. Mariam returned to Ryan Lab HQ a few months ago. His appearance in Tri-Mounts is a rare occurrence when he walks through the corridors. Yeah, which one is this? Let me open that up in the game. Oh, that was the end of... That was part 1 of the ending of ending 1. Mariam returned... Yeah, okay. So the ending 1, they talk about that. No, this is talking about Kristen. No, this is not. This is the past because Kristen's here. What? This is actually Kristen saying, yeah, I met God and he told me about the stuff at the end of the ice field, so you should probably go find that. That's not Mariam returning to Ryan Lab after going missing. That's before he goes missing. That is referencing, so that source is referencing part of the time frame is after. It's after the discovery of the holostasis, but before 1102, apparently. That one confirms it's before the holostasis, or it's after the holostasis. But I don't know if it confirms it's before 1102. I don't know if this event, which is the only other reference, pretty much, is that this confirms it to me. I don't know. It does for everyone else, apparently. Yeah, I don't know. He went on. I mean, it's possible he went home on his own, but did Magellan know that? He seems like the guy who would just go home on his own. as it stands, I will say, for me, the timeline is okay. If this is him back, sure, he got back on his own because he seems like the guy who'd do that. Whatever, he got back on his own, but the portal hasn't been discovered yet. So the expedition in Integrated Strategies is ongoing right now. It cannot happen until some stuff in the main story happens because of certain reasons. But yeah, so it's ongoing. They want to send her to the Black Flow, but she's busy right now, so she can't do that yet. But it does mean that the portal should be discovered within, like, I guess the next year. Unless the expedition takes place over a much longer time, but if she's supposed to go to the Black Flow, it can't. Can't take place over a longer time. But we need Calcit stuff to happen in the main story first. Anyway. Do we know the main story is 1102? What is it? Early 1102 or late 1102? That's the real question. Where are we? Oh, I think episode 16 is still 1101, actually. So, okay. Yeah, that, yeah, so if that's 1101, then there's still time. Then yeah, that's the thing. Calcit is in the, there's a whole story of her being there, so it can't happen until main story stuff happens. But it, I mean, I guess they could discover it first, but yeah, I guess they could discover it first. It's not like she goes there immediately, I guess. Because it takes the Black Hole Protocol, it happens, like, the rebuilding of that goes over many years, I'm pretty sure. So I guess we're at the point where it's gonna happen. 1102. 1102 is the biggest year in the history of Terra. Everything happens in 1102. Yeah, I guess that's that. We'll be back for the EX levels on Friday. Right, yeah. Probably do infield lore tomorrow. I should probably do some integrated strategies, to be honest. Probably should finish before the next one comes out. Yeah. But other than that, thank you all for watching. And may the sands of time treat you well.